Good morning. The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 14, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Young Kim to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 1:50 p.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate a generational win for working families, our farmers, small businesses, and for the future of this great nation, the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act by President Trump. This landmark legislation is not just a win for agriculture, it's a win for the American people. It delivers the largest middle-class tax cut in American history, bringing real relief to hardworking Pennsylvanians and families all across this great country. Without this bill, the average taxpayer in Pennsylvania's 15th district would face a 24% tax increase. A family of 4 earning the district's median income would be hit with a $1,145 tax hike without this legislation, the equivalent of nearly 5 weeks of groceries for a typical household in our region. This bill delivers on President Trump's commitment to rebuild our economy, reward work, and protect the American dream. For Pennsylvanians, this bill accomplishes the following. 66,690 families in PA 15 will benefit from an expanded child tax credit. 7,652 family farms in our district are now protected from the death tax. 38,110 small businesses in PA 15 are safeguarded by the 20% small business deduction, keeping effective tax rates low and allowing reinvestment in our local communities. 96% of PA 15 taxpayers are benefiting from the double standard deduction, forcing taxable income and simplifying filing. This is the largest tax cut in history for the middle and working class Americans. According to the Joint Committee on Taxation, the biggest winners are workers and families earning under $50,000 per year. We're talking about $10,000 or more in extra take-home pay per year for working families. This bill eliminates taxes on tips, overtime pay, and Social Security benefits, and introduces new savings accounts for every newborn to help families build a stronger future. It even includes a Made in America car loan interest deduction and a major domestic energy expansion to drive down household costs and strengthen our national security. Madam Speaker, the One Big Beautiful Bill is also the most consequential investment in agriculture in decades. It's what I like to call Farm Bill 1.0. It restores the farm safety net, providing producers with the certainty they need to weather the storms, navigate market volatility, and continue to feed, fuel, and clothe America. This bill finally ends the era of reactive, ad hoc disaster spending and replaces it with long-term solutions, including investments in trade promotion to open up new markets for our farmers, livestock biosecurity to protect our food supply from foreign animal disease, specialty crops and dairy, which are too often overlooked, agriculture research to ensure America leads, not China, and provide 6 years of funding for several critical programs that do not have permanent baseline support. Critically, this bill delivers $120 billion in deficit reduction while protecting the right of family farmers to pass down their land without the IRS knocking on the door. The One Big Beautiful Bill empowers rural communities, protects taxpayers, and helps lift more Americans out of poverty and into the dignity of work. Let me be clear, this bill is not the finish line. It's a down payment, a sizable down payment on the full farm bill, and more progress is coming. However, this is a generational victory for the American people, a victory made possible by the leadership of President Trump and the voices of rural America. This is what it looks like when we listen to the people who make this country work, our farmers, small business owners, families, and workers. The One Big Beautiful Bill is a promise kept. It's a blueprint for prosperity, and it puts the American dream back within the reach for millions. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight my young neighbor, Kendall Pearson, who just graduated Sigma Cum Laude. Sigma Cum Laude. That means really good grades from Mater Dei High School in Santa Ana. At Mater Dei, Kendall was a member of the National Honor Society, the California Scholarship Foundation, and the National Art Society. She was a dedicated member as well of her high school's basketball team that finished 7th in the nation. Outside the classroom, Kendall volunteered at the Ronald McDonald House and supported the Deaf Mass in Orange County. Clearly, Kendall is a role model to all of us. Kendall will be attending the University of Utah this fall to study business. And Kendall, we're going to miss you, but I know, and your grandma Catherine knows, that you're going to be back after you finish at the University of Utah. Congratulations, Kendall. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the incredible service of Dr. Audrey Rivera Gomez, head counsel of the Mexican Consulate in Santa Ana. For years, she has served the Mexican community in Southern California. Under her leadership, the consulate has promoted educational, cultural, and preventative programs to keep young people from being addicted to fentanyl. Dr. Rivera Gomez has supported countless Mexican women entrepreneurs and Mexican immigrant-owned businesses. And she won Woman of the Year for her dedication to the immigrant community. Congratulations. We're going to miss you in Santa Ana, but we know at your next post, you will continue to be successful. Dr. Rivera Gomez, thank you. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the career of Rick Whittington and his valuable service to our community and our nation. Mr. Whittington was a U.S. Navy veteran and served as a member of the Seabees during the Vietnam War. He made honorable contributions to the fight as a member of a construction unit, and he never forgot the dark moments of the Vietnam War. In fact, when he returned home from Vietnam, he was one of those individuals that was harassed by the anti-Vietnam War protesters. Yet he kept his resolve and always remembered the pride of serving America. Mr. Whittington is most proud of the work he's done as a civilian, helping our nation safely dispose of nuclear waste through his innovative products. Mr. Whittington, thank you for your service and your contribution to our community. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor my good friend and fellow Anaheim High School alumni, Jimmy Origel, for a life of dedication to the city of Anaheim and to Anaheim High School. At St. Boniface, where we both attend, he helped found the Orange County Congregation Community. We are both die-hard Anaheim High School football fans. And at Anaheim, he served as a sports team manager. Upon graduation, Jimmy joined the Football Booster Club and took over as president since 1976, where he's held that position. Jimmy was inducted into the Anaheim High School Hall of Fame in 2008. Please join me in recognizing Jimmy's life of service to Anaheim High School and to the city of Anaheim community. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. And the chair now recognizes gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share the importance of the One Big Beautiful Bill that President Trump signed into law on July 4th. President Trump's America First policy is widely popular with the American public, and the Big Beautiful Bill took historic steps to enact this agenda into law, unleashing American energy, further supporting our Border Patrol and ICE agents, and ensuring that working-class Americans keep more money in their pockets are common sense policies that my constituents overwhelmingly support and that I am proud to have helped deliver on this agenda. Now, with this legislation finally signed into law by President Trump, Main Street businesses will be able to expand, and working-class Americans will take more money home in each paycheck. The golden age of America has arrived. Thank you. Madam Speaker, this past weekend marked 1 year since the attempt on President Trump's life in Butler County, Pennsylvania. While we thank God that President Trump's life was not taken, we mourn the loss of an innocent father, a firefighter, and a proud Pennsylvanian, Corey Comparator. Political violence of any kind has absolutely no place in our society. Yet the violent rhetoric coming from my colleagues across the aisle has not stopped. Now, a year after the assassination attempt on President Trump's life, they have turned their violent action toward our colleagues, ICE agents, who work every day to protect our communities. The political violence that we are seeing in our society today will not stop unless the violent rhetoric stops. One life lost to political violence is one too many, and I ask my colleagues to remember that regardless of our political beliefs, violence is never the answer to our nation's problems. Thank you. Madam Speaker, this week, President Trump will join Senator Dave McCormick in Pittsburgh for the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. As President Trump returns our nation to energy dominance and forges ahead in the race to dominate artificial intelligence, Pennsylvania stands ready to meet the energy needs that AI creates. This summit is huge. It is huge for the Commonwealth. It is huge for Pennsylvania. It is huge for America. Under the Trump administration, we have already seen historic investments in the Pennsylvania economy, including the Nippon and U.S. Steel merger and Amazon's $20 billion investment in building data centers in the Commonwealth. Now is the time to build on this momentum to ensure that Pennsylvania is the hub of AI development throughout this great land. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor a family-owned and operated dairy business in Martinsburg, Pennsylvania, that has been a cornerstone of the dairy industry in Blair County for 85 years. Ritchie's Dairy was founded by Oliver Ritchie in 1940, just outside of Martinsburg in Blair County. With the help of his son Paul and his grandson Reed, Oliver expanded operations and delivery routes throughout the ensuing decades, offering all types of milk to the local community. Ritchie's Dairy even made history when it became the first dairy in the area to transport milk purchased from other local farms in a tanker truck. In 1986, Reed Ritchie oversaw an expansion of the facility, which accommodated a new ice cream production room, additional freezer space, and new offices. Now, as the fourth generation of Ritchie's takes over, Reed's son, Andrew, has continued to expand the operation. On behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I congratulate Ritchie's Dairy on the 85th anniversary of its founding and its proud continuation of the dairy industry in Blair County, Pennsylvania. Thank you, Madam Speaker. and I yield.
The gentleman yields. Now I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Trent, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to commemorate honoring veterans of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces Day, or Ngài Quân lực. Even 50 years after the fall of Saigon, the legacy of the Republic of Vietnam forces lives on. We honor the soldiers of the Republic of Vietnam and the American soldiers who fought side by side for the ideals of freedom and democracy. 250,000 members of the South Vietnamese Armed Forces and more than 58,000 members of the United States Armed Forces gave their lives for these ideals. As the first Vietnamese American to represent Orange County's Little Saigon community in Congress, I am humbled by the responsibility to carry this history forward. I am proud to introduce a congressional resolution to honor this day and ensure that our history can never be rewritten. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Vernon Jumper. After moving to Los Angeles with his family, Vern enlisted in the Navy in San Diego in 1951. Mr. Jumper became part of the air wing of the USS Midway and conducted about 100 combat missions in Vietnam beginning in the mid-1960s. Vern was instrumental in saving over 3,000 Americans and South Vietnamese refugees as air boss of the USS Midway during Operation Frequent Wind. He oversaw all flight operations on deck and within a 5-mile radius of the ship, guiding evacuations, helicopters onto the aircraft carrier's deck as Saigon fell in April of 1975. Jumper is remembered for his incredible bravery during those harrowing 30 hours, especially when he arranged for helicopters to be pushed off the ship into the sea to make room for a tiny plane carrying a South Vietnamese Air Force pilot and his 6 family members. Vern exemplified what it means to be an American soldier, with his courage only matched by his humility. Vernon Jumper's legacy will live on for all who knew and loved him, and for the thousands of Vietnamese Americans whose lives he helped save. Our entire country owes Vern a debt of gratitude. May he rest in peace. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Mix, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Matt Harding, a dedicated physics teacher at Liberty High School in Iowa City and one of 5 Iowa finalists for the 2025 Presidential Awards for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching, the highest honor in his field. Mr. Harding exemplifies Iowa's deep-rooted commitment to academic excellence. His passion for science and education has inspired countless students, and his influence reaches far beyond the classroom. He invests in every student's success, helping to build not just stronger minds, but a stronger community. As the proud representative of Iowa's 1st District, I'm honored to recognize individuals like Mr. Harding, educators who go above and beyond to prepare the next generation for the challenges and opportunities ahead. His well-earned recognition is a reminder that great teachers do more than teach. They shape the future of our nation. I thank Mr. Harding for his extraordinary service to Iowa students and congratulate him on this outstanding achievement. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Iowa National Guard Specialist Marin Michael Rose, a young man who at just 19 years old represented the very best of Iowa and the very best of our nation. Specialist Rose joined the Iowa Army National Guard in 2023 and served with the 1133rd Transportation Company based out of Iowa City. He was a transportation driver, a student at Southeastern Community College, a beloved son, brother, and friend. Marin was known for his work ethic, his positive spirit, and his deep commitment to his fellow soldiers. Whether he was studying, gaming on his PS5, or chasing the next big storm, Marin brought light and energy to those around him. As a 24-year Army veteran, I know what it means to wear the uniform and to serve with heart. Marin did just that. His smile, his hugs, and his unwavering kindness will never be forgotten. May God bless the Rose family, and may we always remember Specialist Marin Rose for the joy he brought and the service he gave. Madam Speaker, I would like to extend the warmest of birthday greetings to the youngest of my 7 siblings, Mary Eleanor. Happy birthday, Mary Eleanor. Madam Speaker, I would like to wish my brother-in-law, Ralph Martino, a very happy birthday. Happy birthday, Ralph. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Cutter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart. On May 8th, 2016, God sent an angel to this earth. He blessed my extended family in Dallas, Texas, with a beautiful little girl, Janie, who lit up this world with her infectious smile, her compassion, and love for everyone who was lucky enough to meet her. As my daughter-in-law's niece, I was one of those lucky people who got to know and love Janie Hunt. Being from the South and part of a close-knit family, we have a tradition of gathering for Low Country Bowls. I got to know Janie at these large family events, which she loved, enjoying good food with her many cousins who adored her. Janie loved life, and she loved people. She loved school. She loved telling jokes. She loved church and learning about her Christian heritage and faith. She demonstrated a keen intellect and mastered many disciplines beyond her years. She was adventurous, kind, and charitable. She never wanted anyone to feel left out and was always thinking of how to make people laugh. Knowing this about Janie, you can imagine her excitement when she learned that she would get to go to Camp Mystic this summer for the very first time, along with 5 of her cousins, for a summer of fun, faith, and family. Sadly, tragedy struck instead. Jane Marie Hunt, age 9, passed away and into the loving arms of her Lord and Savior during the catastrophic flash flood that befell Camp Mystic in Hunt, Texas in the early morning hours of July 4th, 2025. Her talents were many, from artistry and learning and acting to athletics and mathematics. Her teachers called her a model student. Even as an 8th-year-old, she was designated talented and gifted in mathematics and then in explorations for her invention of a pinball game. She excelled on her basketball team with her steals and her fast breaks. She loved her Girl Scout troop and was so excited to start selling cookies in 3rd grade. She performed in ballet recitals and shined as Scuttle in the musical production of The Little Mermaid in 2024. She was always teaching her family new math tricks she had learned and invented many new traditions for holidays, such as themed meals and scavenger hunts. I'm certain those traditions will continue in Janie's honor. She aspired to be an artist. When she grew up, one of her artistic creations was the only selection from her class in an exhibition at the Highland Park Independent School District 2025 Art Show. Janie was honored as the first Golden Art Star in 2024 at Higher Elementary and won the Gold Youth Design Award at the 2022 Dallas Garden Club Flower Show. As I mentioned earlier, faith was very important to Janie. Janie was baptized at Highland Park Presbyterian Church, where she grew up attending Sunday school and singing in the children's choir and was in several weekly Bible studies. She cherished her church experiences and practiced her faith in everything she did, always defending others who were being mistreated and providing sympathy to other children who needed encouragement. Janie made it her life's mission to make everyone around her as happy as she was. In her 5 days at Camp Mystic before the flood, she had already become known as the camper who consoled all the girls who were homesick. Last year, she formed a fundraising group called the Baker Girls, cooking and selling baked goods to benefit her beloved elementary school. At home, she was constantly going through her belongings, such as clothes, books, and stuffed animals, thinking of who less fortunate could use them more. She was named Sweetest Camper in her 2022 summer day camp. Janie was the heartbeat of her family, always teaching how to live our lives in Christ. Her favorite Bible verse was Luke 10:27, where Jesus summarizes the two greatest commandments. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with your strength, all your strength and with all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Janie steadfastly followed these commandments and was a mentor and inspiration to everyone around her, both children and adults. To her parents, Davin and Ann Lindsay, you should be proud of the wonderful girl your daughter became. To her siblings, Henry and Julia, grandparents, Janet and Mike McCullough, and Doug and Margaret Hunt, and the many, many loved ones Janie left behind, including 17 amazing cousins. You are in our thoughts and prayers. Lean on your faith as Janie would, and find comfort in knowing that she is in the loving arms of our Lord and Savior. Let us all, in Janie Hunt's memory, strive to embody the lessons and message of Luke 10:27. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With faith, with gratitude, and with deep, deep sorrow, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty and wonderful God, you are the creator of the earth, and you have given breath to every living thing. You have made us in your own image and given us dominion over the entirety of your creation. Who is a God like you, who in your fathomless love embrace each one of us, desiring nothing more than that we respond to your grace with righteous living? Who is a God like you, who despite your unconditional love and generosity pardon our iniquity, forgive our rejection of your intent for our lives, and overlook our numerous transgressions? Who is a God like you, who does not retain his anger forever, but delights in showing clemency? Who is a God like you, who shows us each your compassion, who separates us from our sin, casting it into the depths of the sea? Who is a God like you? Only you, O Lord. And you have shown your people such faithfulness, such unswerving loyalty to those who call on your name. So we call on you in the power of your name this day, that we may, today and always, and with our whole being, honor the only God like you. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including the guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1 minute. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding achievement of Mount Nittany Health's Emergency Medical Services team. Earlier this month, Mount Nittany Health's Emergency Medical Services team was nationally recognized by the American Heart Association's Mission Lifeline Program for Excellence in Caring for Patients with Heart Attacks and Strokes. This award recognizes their exceptional performance in critical pre-hospital care, from the rapid identification of heart attacks and stroke symptoms to timely notification to the hospital, precise assessment, and treatment protocols that saves lives. The Mount Nittany EMS team exemplifies the dedication, skill, and compassion that our communities expect and deserve. Prior to my time serving in Congress, I spent decades as a volunteer firefighter and cross-trained as an emergency medical technician. I recognize the value and the commitment these individuals have to their communities and understand firsthand the vital role they play in ensuring public health and safety. Their efforts translate into faster treatment, reduced complications, and renewed hope for countless patients and families. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend and thank Mount Nittany EMS for setting the standard in emergency medical care and leading the way in national excellence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over the past week, I had the opportunity to spend a day in Hereford County. During my visit, I connected with local leaders, business leaders, and workers at Affinity and Nucor. I also spoke with participants in a 4-H summer program, as well as compassionate clergy and residents. My visit to the Gathering Place, which operates a food pantry, was moving. While in Hereford County, I engaged in meaningful conversation with the dedicated employees of Hereford County Department of Social Services. They shared valuable insights about the potential impacts of H.R. 1, One Big Beautiful Bill, on the hardworking families and the community they tirelessly serve. I commend this remarkable and professional team for prioritizing the families in their care and encourage all members to visit their local Department of Social Services. It is vital that we prioritize the hardworking families in Eastern North Carolina, especially those who count on programs like Medicaid and SNAP without abusing them. I'm honored to stand with the people of Hereford County and Eastern North Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Voters made their mandate clear for a Republican House, a Republican Senate, to deliver the one big, beautiful bill to President Donald Trump on behalf of American families. Passage of this comprehensive law delivers on the American First agenda of President Trump by eliminating wasteful government spending, making government work effectively for American families. Limited government prevails over big government. This law provides a framework to secure the border, unleash American energy dominance, extend the Trump tax cuts, create jobs, bring common sense to government, and more. Medicare and Social Security will be protected, ensuring services to the most vulnerable American citizens. Promises made, promises kept. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump with, quote, lovely talks with Putin, then bomb people at night, end of quote, murdering civilians in Ukraine. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 27th time to call on the Trump administration to restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children. According to data compiled by Boston University, more than 70,000 children have died this year because the Trump administration has frozen food aid that had been delivered by this country for years prior. This is the real-time human cost of inaction. And again, the Trump administration has said that they're going to restore this aid. They've been saying it for months. Marco Rubio has said it. Elon Musk said it when he was still at the administration, but they haven't done it. A month ago, they said, well, we're going to issue an RFP now and get this aid moving again. The RFP was issued. Nonprofit organizations, including Adhesia Nutrition, have responded to it, and the administration has been sitting on it for a month. What are they waiting for? Every day that they fail to act is a day that children die. They need to keep their word, restore this aid. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solemn remembrance to commemorate the 81st anniversary of the liberation of Guam, a day of profound meaning to all who call our island home. On the 21st of July, 1944, the United States Armed Forces arrived on the shores of Guam to liberate our island from nearly 3 years of brutal imperial Japanese occupation during World War II. They courageously fought to reclaim our home and restore the promise of freedom. Some endured unbearable suffering, some gave their lives, and some still carry the scars of those dark and painful years. We honored them all. Through years marked with immense loss, families were torn apart, villages were destroyed, and our language and our culture silenced. And yet Guam's greatest generation never gave in. They held on to hope, to faith, and to one another. That quiet resilience, rooted in the community, is what carried them through. To our survivors and our veterans, and every person who carries this history in their heart, Si Juas Masi, Viva Guam, Viva Liberation Day.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alaska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to speak on H.R. 410, the Alaska Native Vietnam-era Veterans Land Allotment Extension Act of 2025. This bill extends the application period for the Alaska Native Vietnam-era Veterans Land Allotment Program by 5 years, ensuring eligible veterans can claim the land that they were promised. For decades, thousands of Alaska Native veterans who served in Vietnam were unfairly denied the ability to apply for land allotments due to their service overseas. While Congress took steps to correct this injustice, the executive branch until recently has been slow processing applications and conveyances, leaving many veterans in limbo. As of January 2025, out of more than 2,000 eligible veterans, only 41 applications have been certified and only 18 veterans have received their conveyances. Fortunately, executive orders issued by the current administration have reinstated federal land withdrawals previously revoked. This bill will give these veterans time to participate in the program with ample land for viable selections. These veterans served our country honorably, and we need to make sure that they are not denied what they were promised. Thank you for your consideration of H.R. 410, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1709.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 143, H.R. 1709. A bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a report examining the cybersecurity of mobile service networks and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1709, the Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act, led by the gentlelady from Florida's 3rd District and the gentleman from Ohio's 1st District. In recent years, we have seen a rise in a large-scale cybersecurity attacks that put Americans at risk. Attacks like the Salt Typhoon have directly impacted the communications of public officials, including President Trump and Vice President Vance. While mobile service providers take numerous steps to address vulnerabilities in their networks, threats to our mobile networks continue to exist. To sufficiently address threats across networks, Congress needs a sophisticated and comprehensive assessment of what vulnerabilities persist, what issues have been resolved, and where mobile cybersecurity policymaking should be focused. The Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act requires the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, NTIA, to submit to Congress a comprehensive report examining the cybersecurity of existing wireless networks and vulnerabilities to cyber attacks and surveillance by adversaries. This bipartisan bill will ensure communications networks are safe and protect the privacy and security of the American people. This bipartisan legislation passed by a vote of 393 to 22 in the last Congress. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1709, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 1709, the Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act. The security of our mobile networks and devices is paramount to American security overall. Most Americans carry a cell phone or other mobile device with them all the time, and this trend is unlikely to change as we're only becoming more and more connected. Consumers, therefore, deserve to stay in touch with their friends and family, the social media, or connect to the internet without fear of their devices being hacked. We must ensure that these devices, the networks they run on, and the vast amount of data they hold are secure and protected from the malicious actions of our foreign adversaries and other bad actors. H.R. 1709 is an important step towards addressing these concerns. The bill directs the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to report to Congress on the cybersecurity threats our mobile networks and mobile devices face at the hands of foreign adversaries and other bad actors. Among other things, the report will include an assessment of whether mobile carriers have or have not addressed cybersecurity vulnerabilities in their respective networks. It will also include an analysis of whether there are commercially available tools to help consumers evaluate the cybersecurity risk of these networks. So I want to thank Representative Landsman and also Kamek for their bipartisan work on this bill. It's a good step towards ensuring we can protect our mobile networks from evolving threats, and I know we will continue to work towards securing our country's data, devices, and networks, whether from a foreign adversary or a domestic threat. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, at this time we have no other speakers, and if the gentleman is prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now such time as he may consume to gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, a member of our committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and to Mr. Pallone. This is I think, a really important bipartisan piece of legislation, a very simple, straightforward bill, simpler than the name itself, 1709, the Understanding Cybersecurity of Mobile Networks Act is a mouthful, but the bill is really quite simple, as Mr. Latta and Mr. Pallone described it. We have foreign adversaries like Russia and China who are attempting to get our data, and there have been, breaches, including our own personal data and personal devices. And so the goal of this bill is to require an interagency group to build out all of the information we need to ensure that we understand where all of our vulnerabilities are, that we are dealing with those vulnerabilities, where are the gaps, how our foreign adversaries are accessing data, how could they be accessing our data, and how to further our ability to stop our enemies from attacking our individual devices. So this is an important step toward understanding and improving our cybersecurity for the safety and protection of all Americans. It passed overwhelmingly in the Energy and Commerce Committee. I want to thank, this is a bipartisan bill, thank the staff on both sides of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Republican and Democratic staff, for helping us put this together, and I urge all my colleagues to support it tonight. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Reserve. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, we're prepared to close.
Yes, I have no additional speakers.
From New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an important bill, as was described by the sponsor, and I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time. Okay.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cybersecurity is something that we've talked about not only in the Energy and Commerce Committee for many years, but it's absolutely essential that our wireless networks are not vulnerable to attacks, especially by our adversaries across the globe. So I would urge support of this legislation and would ask passage of the legislation.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1709? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Yet, gentleman is recognized.
We call for a recorded vote on the legislation, the yeas and nays.
Okay. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1618 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 159, H.R. 1618. A bill to require the Federal Communications Commission to review certain rules of the Commission and develop recommendations for rule changes to promote precision agriculture and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous matters in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they might consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my legislation, H.R. 1618, the Precision Agriculture Satellite Connectivity Act, that I was pleased to introduce with the gentlelady from Illinois' 2nd District. For years, large parts of my district and rural areas across America have lacked access to fast broadband connections. Reliable internet access is more than just being able to stream your favorite TV shows and movies. It's the critical connecting link for all of us. Whether it's helping our seniors access telehealth services, or allowing students to complete homework assignments, or enabling small businesses to reach global markets, our people, country, and economy run on a reliable internet connection. Farmers in rural Ohio also know that reliable broadband connections are essential to their operations. After all, it helps deploy technologies that increases their productivity, produces higher yields, and minimizes operating costs. Today's smart agriculture technology, from autonomous tractors and distributed soil sensors, rely on internet connections on shared data. In fact, farmers use information in real time to make smarter decisions on how to optimize inputs and whether and when to plant or harvest. And when terrestrial or cellular networks are not available, satellite broadband steps in to make these technologies work. However, it's not just advanced satellite broadband capabilities that improve precision agriculture. Earth imaging satellites also provide important information that help farmers and ranchers identify visual trends that may require immediate attention. In order to ensure our regulations maximize these opportunities, our bill would require the FCC to look at its current satellite rules to determine if rule changes can be made to promote precision agriculture. I'm committed to ensuring our farmers have the tools needed at their disposal to help increase productivity while minimizing costs. This legislation is a good step forward in that mission. I want to thank the chairman of the full committee for bringing this legislation to the floor and working with us, and I would ask my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1618, the Precision Agriculture Satellite Connectivity Act. The innovations we're seeing in the commercial satellite industry have the potential to transform so many aspects of daily life, especially for those in more rural and remote areas. For years, Americans have relied on satellites for a variety of services, including global positioning system, GPS, radio, and television. But within the last decade, satellite capabilities have become more sophisticated and are now being woven into the fabric of our mobile networks. And with these advancements, mobile consumers now have even greater connectivity and the comfort of knowing they can reach first responders and loved ones in a time of need, no matter where they may be. This satellite evolution is also touching American farms by facilitating advancements in precision agriculture. H.R. 1618 promotes the innovation of satellite technology for precision agriculture, which uses satellite images to help farmers yield better crops and maximize their yield profitability. The legislation directs the FCC to review its satellite service rules to assess whether there are any rule changes that could better enable satellites to deliver precision agriculture solutions. And if the FCC finds that changes are necessary, the bill requires the FCC to develop recommendations for implementing them. It also instructs the FCC to report its findings to Congress, including any recommendations. So I want to thank Representatives Kelly and Latta for their bipartisan work on this bill. With this legislation, we ensure that the FCC and its satellite rules are enabling technological advances in the important area of precision agriculture as much as possible. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers.
I have no other speakers. I'm ready to close.
Okay, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is important to the farm community, and it shows the efforts that can be made with satellites for precision agriculture. I think it's important. I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support of this legislation because I know across my district I have one of the largest farm income-producing districts in the state of Ohio, and our farmers rely on this technology. And it's very, very important that the FCC looks at what they can do to help promote agriculture across this country. So again, I'd urge support of the legislation.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1618 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1770.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 123, H.R. 1770. A bill to direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of the mission of the Commission, and to direct the Secretary of Commerce and the Federal Trade Commission to study and report on the use of blockchain technology and tokens, respectively.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous matters in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 1770, the Consumer Safety Technology Act, led by the gentlelady from Indiana's 9th District, the gentleman from Florida's 9th District, and the gentlelady from Massachusetts. This legislation will require the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of its product safety efforts. It would also direct the Secretary of Commerce and Federal Trade Commission to study and report on the consumer protection applications of blockchain technology. Technologies such as AI and blockchain are revolutionizing the private sector with improvements in efficiency, security, and transparency. We need to make sure the federal government is reaping the same benefits and using technology to its advantage. This bill would not only make these agencies more effective, but would protect consumers in the process. I urge my colleagues to join with me in voting in favor of H.R. 1770, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in support of H.R. 1770, the Consumer Safety Technology Act. Our consumer protection agencies play a critical role in ensuring unsafe products do not enter the U.S. market. Advancements in technology, especially as it relates to artificial intelligence, have the potential to help alleviate the stress that some of these agencies may face in being underfunded and understaffed. H.R. 1770 would require the Consumer Product Safety Agency to stay up to date on new and emerging technologies by integrating them into their daily agency functions. It also requires the Federal Trade Commission to study blockchain technologies and tokens. Both the CPSC and the FTC do important work to protect all Americans from dangerous products, including emerging technologies. While this bill will help assist in these efforts, it's no replacement for strong, independent, and bipartisan agencies or proper funding and staffing levels. So I hope, in addition to supporting this bill, that my Republican colleagues will finally speak up against President Trump's dangerous attempts to weaken or even dismantle these critical agencies. But I want to commend Representative Soto for his leadership on this issue and encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 1770. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'd yield now, Mr. Speaker, such time as he may consume to the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Soto of Florida, a member of our committee.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 1770, the Consumer Safety Technology Act. The bill directs the Consumer Product Safety Commission to launch a pilot program exploring the use of artificial intelligence so we could track injury trends, identify hazards, monitor recalls, and identify products not meeting importation requirements. See, the reality is the crooks are already using AI. The cops on the beat need to be able to use this too. And we also heard in committee that this could help make the CPSC more efficient by the use of this technology, and it's critical that we protect consumers. The bill also requires the Department of Commerce and other agencies to study blockchain technology in the context of consumer products and safety. Right now, blockchain is an exciting technology, new technology that can be used for data storage and helping AI to analyze major issues. In addition, it could also be in the digital currency form too. And so the next section also instructs that the FTC should report to Congress on its efforts to address unfair and deceptive trade practices related to tokens, aka digital currency, and make any recommendations to improve our federal agencies' ability to protect consumers and promote innovation. I'd like to thank Chair Latta, Ranking Members Pallone and Chakowski, Representatives Houchin, Trahan, and Castor for joining me in this important legislation, and I urge them to all vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Okay, reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't have any other speakers. If I'm prepared to close, if the gentleman is prepared.
Thank you.
New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge my colleagues to support this bill on a bipartisan basis. It's important from a consumer safety point of view, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As been pointed out, that the technologies are changing so rapidly, especially when we're looking at AI and blockchains, how they're revolutionizing the private sector because of the efficient security and transparency, and what we need to be doing on the federal government side at the same time. So I would urge my colleagues to support this legislation with an aye vote.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1770? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are, yes.
The yeas and the nays.
Okay. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1766.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 141, H.R. 1766. A bill to amend the National Telecommunications and Information Administration Organization Act to establish the Office of Policy Development and Cybersecurity and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1766, the NTIA Policy Cybersecurity Coordination Act, led by the gentleman from California's 23rd District and the gentleman from California's 4th District. Cyber threats, whether originating from state actors, criminal organizations, or malicious hackers, pose significant risks to our national security, economy, and the privacy of our citizens. The increasing frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks, like we saw last year in the Salt Typhoon attack, underscore the urgency of addressing this ever-evolving challenge. The NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Coordination Act bolsters our nation's cybersecurity posture by strengthening the coordination between the National Telecommunication and Information Administration, NTIA, and other relevant federal agencies. Additionally, the bill renames the existing NTIA Office of Policy Analysis and Development to the Office of Policy Development and Cybersecurity, and codifies the existing activities of the office. H.R. 1766 seeks to promote effective information sharing, collaboration, and response efforts established in the Secure and Trusted Communications Networks Act. The legislation also facilitates public-private partnerships to develop and implement cybersecurity policies relating to communication networks. By encouraging collaboration between government agencies and stakeholders, we can work together to address cyber threats and vulnerabilities more effectively. This bipartisan legislation passed the House of Representatives by voice vote in the last Congress. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1766, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1766, the NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Coordination Act. Protecting our nation's communication networks is of vital importance to our national security. And this is particularly important now when a significant amount of our country's economic and social activity has moved online, and consumers are continuing to connect more devices to these networks every day. We therefore must build in safeguards into our country's communication networks to increase their safety and security while also promoting innovation and competition. So H.R. 1766 will help us achieve these goals. The bill authorizes the existing Office of Policy Analysis and Development at the NTIA and renames it the Office of Policy Development and Cybersecurity. It also codifies the responsibilities of NTIA in administering parts of the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act and requires the office to coordinate and develop policy initiatives to enhance cybersecurity efforts with respect to our communications networks. The office will also be tasked with developing and analyzing policies that promote innovation, competition, and workforce development in the communications, media, and technology markets. Now, I want to thank Representatives Obernolte and McClellan for their bipartisan work on this bill, which will ensure that there's a firm foundation within the federal government to oversee the security of our nation's communications networks. And this legislation is more important now than ever, given our foreign adversaries' continued attacks on these networks. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed without amendment H.R. 517, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to modify the rules for postponing certain deadlines by reason of disaster.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from California, 23rd District, for as much time as he may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in proud support of my bill, H.R. 1766, the NTIA Cybersecurity Coordination Act. Mr. Speaker, as more and more of Americans' lives move into a digital format, it's leaving the information of Americans more and more vulnerable to cyber attacks. That's why it is critical that we establish cybersecurity protocols and capabilities to counter the threats not just of foreign actors, but of cyber criminals and transnational criminal organizations who attempt to breach our data security and access the data of Americans. This bill is an important step towards doing that. It establishes a new office of policy development and cybersecurity within the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. The role of this office would be to research these cybersecurity vulnerabilities in the American economy and within our government, and to coordinate efforts to counter cyber threats within those organizations. Mr. Speaker, cybersecurity is national security, and this bill is a meaningful step towards achieving that for the people that we represent. I would like to thank my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee for their support on this bill, as well as my bipartisan co-lead, Congresswoman McClellan, and urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield such time as she may consume now to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, a member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in strong support of H.R. 1766, the NTIA Policy and Cybersecurity Coordination Act, which I was pleased to introduce with the gentleman from California, Representative Obernolte. This important bipartisan legislation would cement the responsibilities of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA, by codifying, renaming, and enhancing the work of its Office of Policy, which plays a critical role in shaping our nation's telecommunications and information objectives. NTIA is already central to advancing market-driven strategies that foster innovation, expand broadband deployment, and promote a competitive digital economy. But this legislation ensures that NTIA is equally empowered to help safeguard that digital future, particularly as the cybersecurity threats we face grow more complex and more dangerous by the day. Last year's Salt Typhoon cyber attack was one of the most sophisticated and malicious efforts to infiltrate our telecommunications networks. It was a sobering reminder of how vulnerable our communications infrastructure remains and how deeply those vulnerabilities can impact multiple sectors, from healthcare to national security. In today's interconnected world, a breach in one wireless network can compromise critical services in transportation, healthcare, finance, and public safety. As our reliance on digital technologies increases, so too does the scale and sophistication of these threats, especially with the rise of artificial intelligence. And while AI holds tremendous potential to improve efficiency, optimize networks, and revolutionize industries, it also introduces new cybersecurity risks. Foreign adversaries and malicious actors are already leveraging AI to enhance phishing campaigns, automate malware, and exploit zero-day vulnerabilities faster than ever before. These tools can evade traditional defenses, manipulate systems, and do so at a scale and speed that we have never encountered or imagined before. That's why this legislation is so timely and so necessary. By reinforcing the NTIA's authority and resources in cybersecurity policy, we position the agency to not only be a leader in innovation and broadband expansion, but a central player in securing the national digital infrastructure against these emerging threats. As the principal advisor to the President on telecommunications and information policy, NTIA must be equipped to identify risks early, coordinate effectively across agencies, and shape forward-looking policies to protect American consumers, businesses, and critical services. I applaud my colleague for introducing this bill and urge my fellow members to join me in supporting it and strengthening NTIA's cybersecurity capabilities, which is not just a matter of good governance, but a national security imperative. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. If the gentleman is prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge bipartisan support for this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you can see from today's bills coming from the Energy and Commerce Committee, cybersecurity is high on our list to make sure that we're protecting the American public. And I highly ask the support of the gentleman from California's 23rd and the gentlelady from Virginia's 4th District on their legislation, and I would request an aye vote on the legislation.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1766? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1455.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 142, H.R. 1455, a bill to codify the Institute for Telecommunications Sciences and to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to establish an initiative to support the development of emergency communication and tracking technologies and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous matters in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1455, the Institute for Telecommunications Sciences, ITS Codification Act, led by the representative from Georgia's 1st District and the representative from Colorado's 7th District. As demand for wireless technology continues to grow, we must continue to focus on identifying potential opportunities to make more spectrum available for commercial use, including reallocating and sharing spectrum. Complex technical engineering testing and analysis underpins these important decisions, on how best to maximize our airways for commercial use while preserving essential federal missions. The Institute for Telecommunications Sciences, or ITS, within NTIA, plays an essential role in conducting the tests that guide spectrum reallocation or sharing decisions. ITS will also help ensure that NTIA, as the federal spectrum manager, can continue to find opportunities to unleash commercial wireless innovation while also ensuring military readiness, securing our southern border, and advancing scientific discovery and other federal missions are successful. The work ITS performs has led to innovative advancements in the way we manage our airways. These airways power faster mobile connectivity for Americans, and making more spectrum available in the future is critical to beating Communist China and ensuring our continued economic and national security. The ITS Codification Act will strengthen the statutory authority for ITS and ensure that the work that they do to advance the United States technological leadership remains a key part of our approach. This bipartisan legislation passed by a voice vote last Congress. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1455, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 1455, the Institute for Telecommunications Sciences Codification Act, or ITS Codification Act. The Institute for Telecommunications Sciences, or ITS, is the premier engineering laboratory of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA. Among its many responsibilities, ITS manages various technology development programs for NTIA and the Department of Commerce, and oversees cutting-edge studies concerning the use of our country's airwaves. ITS has played a significant role in furthering telecommunication advancements for our country's benefits. H.R. 1455 recognizes the numerous contributions of ITS by providing it with additional statutory authority. Under this bill, ITS will serve as the primary laboratory for the executive branch of the federal government to study wireless technologies, including the use of innovative sharing technologies for our airwaves and improving the federal government's use of spectrum. The legislation also will allow the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, acting through the head of ITS, to enter into agreements needed to carry out the functions of the laboratory. Now, this bill also requires the Assistant Secretary to establish an initiative to support the development of emergency communications and tracking technologies. And these technologies would then be used to locate people trapped in areas where wireless connectivity may not be available due to natural disasters and other devastating events. I commend Representative Peterson and Carter for their bipartisan work on this bill. It will ensure that one of our nation's key telecommunications facilities has the necessary tools and resources to not only continue its important work, but also expand its activities. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Georgia's 1st District for as much time as he may consume.
You're recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 1455, the ITS Codification Act. This legislation would codify the Institute for Telecommunication Sciences, ITS, which plays a critical role in making spectrum available for commercial use. As we examine how federal and commercial spectrum is allocated, it is our job as members to ensure the agencies tasked with managing spectrum have the technical resources they need to be successful in their missions. ITS is an essential part of the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA, and we must strengthen its statutory authority to ensure it continues informing important spectrum policy decisions. This testing center will also play an important role in America's ability to stay ahead of international competitors like China on spectrum policy. I'm confident that ITS will continue to contribute to innovative advancements that are crucial to our global competitiveness. This bill also directs ITS to establish an initiative to support the development of emergency communication and tracking technologies for use in locating trapped individuals in confined spaces. This is an important initiative that has the potential to protect and save American lives. Last Congress, this bill went through regular order and enjoyed unanimous support on the House floor. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I have no additional speakers, Mr. Chairman.
And so I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I would just urge support for this bill. It's obviously very important, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the things in the Energy and Commerce Committee for a good number of years, especially in the Communications and Technology Subcommittee that we've talked about, is about spectrum and how much more we have to have in this country to move forward. And so for us to stay number one in the world in this sector, it's absolutely essential this piece of legislation is supported and agreed to by the House, and I asked for unanimous or ask for support of the legislation.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1455? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2037 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 149, H.R. 2037, a bill to provide outreach and technical assistance to small providers regarding Open RAN networks and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2037, the Open RAN Outreach Act, led by the gentleman from North Carolina, the chairman of the Subcommittee of Communications and Technology and Energy and Commerce, and the gentleman from Louisiana's 2nd District. This legislation helps pave the way for greater U.S. competition with China by promoting technology that encourages vendor diversity. Specifically, this legislation requires NTIA to provide support to all our small and rural communications providers that want to deploy Open RAN technology. Promoting a more competitive market of trusted vendors to provide 5G equipment remains an important strategic component to protect U.S. networks. As an open network infrastructure, Open RAN technology can help diversify communications technology by allowing multiple components from multiple manufacturers. This bill will give small and rural providers information and support to deploy Open RAN technologies if providers would like to implement this technology in their networks. This legislation has strong history of bipartisan support in the Committee of Energy and Commerce and passed the full committee in April by voice vote, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 2037, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume now to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, a member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for yielding the time. I stand in strong support of H.R. 2037, the Open RAN Outreach Act. I'm proud to have introduced this bipartisan Open RAN Outreach Act with Representative Richard Hudson of North Carolina. I am grateful that the full House is considering this bill. Today's bill is an example of what bipartisanship can look like on the Energy and Commerce Committee. The bill provides greater federal support for small telecommunication companies in rural and disadvantaged communities to help these companies improve their network and remove potentially insecure Chinese network hardware. Specifically, this bill directs the National Telecommunication Information Administration to provide outreach and technical assistance to small communication network providers about the benefits of transitioning to Open Radio Access Network, or Open RAN or ORAN technologies. It is imperative that telecommunication providers of all sizes are aware and have access to cutting-edge technologies. It is also the case that this bill promotes U.S. technological innovations, competitiveness, and most importantly, our national security. While I'm proud to be a part of this effort, I would be remiss in highlighting that programs like this, the Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Grant Program, may be negatively affected by reconciliation decisions made by the administration. This is a pivotal step towards strengthening our nation's telecommunications infrastructure by providing technical assistance and outreach to small telecommunication providers, especially in rural areas. This bill opens the door to a more secure, diverse, and competitive wireless network landscape. The shift to Open RAN technology not only enhances national security by reducing resilience on foreign-made equipment, but also boosts American manufacturing and fosters innovation in 5G and 6G. The bill assures that rural communities are no longer left behind in the race for cutting-edge technology, driving down costs and empowering smaller carriers to build stronger, more resilient networks. I encourage my colleagues to pass the Open RAN Act, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close at this time. We have no further speakers.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 2037, the Open RAN Outreach Act. Open RAN, or Open Radio Access Network technology, is a wireless network architecture that has the potential to drive 5G and 6G innovation forward. But like any new technology, we are just beginning to broadly deploy it, as there's still much to learn about its potential. And this is especially true for smaller communications providers who must be prudent about their resources and refrain from taking unnecessary risk in introducing new technology into their networks. But we know Open RAN can both help introduce competition into a market that is currently dominated by untrusted equipment makers like Huawei, and support the development of new trusted manufacturers, including those in the United States. So this bill helps bridge a gap by providing small communication providers with the support they need to determine whether Open RAN is an appropriate network solution for them. Under this bill, the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information will be required to engage in outreach and provide technical assistance to small communications providers concerning the uses, benefits, and challenges of Open RAN and other open network architectures. And this bill would also require the Assistant Secretary to provide guidance to small carriers about their participation in the agency's Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund. Sadly, with the passage of the One Big Ugly Bill, the need for this guidance is significantly diminished as congressional Republicans inexplicably gutted this program by withdrawing $850 million in funding. It's deeply disappointing that congressional Republicans would rather use this money to give tax cuts to billionaires than develop creative solutions to protect our wireless networks from foreign adversaries seeking to harm our nation. Nevertheless, I want to commend Representatives Carter and Hudson for their bipartisan work on this bill. This is a good bill, as it ensures that our country's small communication providers have the necessary tools to make informed decisions about the need for new technology in their network. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close with the gentleman is. I have no further speakers.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I would urge support for this legislation. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
And, Mr. Speaker, I also urge the members of the House to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2037, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, The rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1717.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 158, H.R. 1717. A bill to direct the Federal Communications Commission to establish a council to make recommendations on ways to increase the security, reliability, and interoperability of communications networks and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1717, the Communications Security Act, led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania's 13th District and the gentleman from New Jersey's 8th District. The bill strengthens the cybersecurity of critical telecommunications infrastructure by permanently establishing a Federal Communications Commission Advisory Council to increase the security, reliability, and interoperability of communication networks. The FCC established a Communications Security, Reliability, and Interoperability Council, the CSRIC, to provide recommendations to the Commission regarding best practices and actions the Commission can take to ensure optimal security, reliability, and operability of commercial and public safety communications. A hallmark of the body has been the collaboration between the representatives from the private industry, government, and other stakeholders in a forum that facilitates information sharing and the advancement of important issues. Last fall, we saw one of the most significant attacks on our nation's communications networks in the Salt Typhoon, which is publicly reported to have been carried out by Communist China. Against that backdrop, it is critical that we continue efforts to strengthen existing government partnerships with the communications technology industry. This legislation would accomplish that goal by making CSRIC a permanent advisory council to the FCC. And Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1717, the Communications Security Act. Our nation's communications networks play an important role across many aspects of our daily lives. We're more connected than ever before, and it's vital that we do all we can to protect this critical infrastructure and ensure it's reliable and available to all Americans. The Federal Communications Commission's Communications Security, Reliability, and Interoperability Council, or CSRIC, is meant to do just that. It's made up of government leaders at the federal, state, and local levels and thought leaders from industry and public interest organizations. The Council provides the FCC with recommendations on the best practices and actions the agency could take so that our communications networks are secure, reliable, and compatible with each other. CSRIC has been in existence since 2009 and was rechartered in 2024 under the Biden administration and former FCC Chairwoman Rosenworcel for another 2 years. It has served the FCC well by operating in a collaborative manner with representatives from private industry, governments, and other key stakeholders. The Council is also now co-chaired by a representative from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to help foster collaboration between our nation's leading cybersecurity experts across the government. But given the important objective of CSRIC, we should not leave it to the FCC's discretion on whether to recharter this council or not every 2 years. Instead, CSRIC must become a permanent fixture at the FCC. So H.R. 1717 requires the FCC to do just that. Under this bill, the FCC would be required to establish a permanent council to advise the agency on the security, reliability, and interoperability of communication networks within 90 days. This council would include representatives from trusted communications companies, public interest organizations, academic institutions, as well as federal, state, local, and tribal governments for a term of 2 years. This bill also requires the Council and its working groups to submit reports offering their recommendations to the chair of the FCC every 2 years, and in turn, the FCC must make these reports publicly available on its website. So I want to thank Representative Menendez and Joyce for their bipartisan leadership on this bill. It's an important step in protecting our communications networks from bad actors and foreign adversaries. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield now such time as he may consume to my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, who is a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone, for yielding. I rise today in support of H.R. 1717, the Communications Security Act. One of the many vital functions that the Federal Communications Commission serves is ensuring that our nation's communication systems are prepared to deal with cybersecurity threats and natural disasters. We know that threats to critical infrastructure that put our communities in harm's way are on the rise, and we need expert collaboration at the FCC to ensure that our communications networks remain reliable when we need them the most. Countless tragic and heartbreaking incidents have highlighted the urgent need to bolster these networks. From the recent flooding in Texas to Hurricane Helene last year to Superstorm Sandy that devastated my home state of New Jersey in 2012. In these moments, our ability to communicate with one another and with emergency responders is vital. That's why the FCC should have a permanent advisory council that can provide recommendations regarding both the rapid restoration of communication services in the event of widespread or major network disruptions and the steps communications providers can take to help secure these networks and everyone who relies on them. My bill would codify the Communication Security, Reliability, and Interoperability Council, or CSRIC, which focuses on improving next-generation 911, emergency preparedness, network security, resiliency, and interoperability. Time and again, CSRIC has improved the reliability, availability, and performance of our communications networks during natural disasters, terrorist attacks, and cybersecurity attacks. It's common sense that we should make this council permanent. The bill specifies that CSRIC must include representatives from a wide range of stakeholders from the communications industry, academia, the public interest sector, and state, local, and tribal governments, ensuring that everyone is at the table to help keep our communities safe and secure. And in a time when oversight is key, this bill would require biennial reporting to the FCC, Congress, and the public with recommendations on future improvements and updates to keep all of us and the American public informed. I want to thank my colleague and good friend from the great state of New Jersey, Ranking Member Pallone, for helping move this bill forward, and to my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for joining me in this bipartisan effort. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of the bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge unanimous support for this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also urge support of this legislation because, as I've said, that we've been working on many of these areas in the Energy and Commerce Committee. So, I would ask an aye vote on the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1717? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1765 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1765, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to take certain actions to enhance the representation of the United States and promote United States leadership in communications, standard-setting bodies, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1765, the Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act, sponsored by the gentleman from New Jersey's 7th District, the gentlelady from Michigan's 6th District, the gentleman from Michigan's 5th District, and the gentlelady from New York's 9th District. For decades, the United States has led the development of next-generation wireless technology. To maintain our technological leadership and defend against our foreign adversaries, we must continue our leadership in standards development, including our participation in global industry-led standards bodies. Without participation by U.S. agencies and companies, we allow our adversaries to pursue their own economic and national security interests unchecked, and the opportunity to lead in the development of standards for the next generation of wireless technology. Already, we are hearing about the Communist Chinese efforts to dominate the upcoming 2027 World Radio Conference. I would like to thank the representatives again from the New Jersey 7th District, Michigan 6th, Michigan 5, and New York's 9th Districts for their leadership on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1765, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1765, the Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act. This legislation is an important step towards ensuring that the nation and global bodies crafting standards for next-generation wireless technologies, such as 6G and Wi-Fi 8, include significant representation from trusted American companies and those from allied countries as well. H.R. 1765 accomplishes this objective by requiring the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to encourage and facilitate the participation of trusted companies and stakeholders in the domestic and international standard-setting bodies for wireless technologies. The Assistant Secretary must also brief Congress within 60 days of the bill becoming law on the strategy to accomplish these objectives. It's crucial, Mr. Speaker, that American and allied interests are well represented at these standard-setting bodies. If the United States is not a leader in shaping the wireless future, our adversaries will step in to fill the leadership void. And this includes dominating the future for a 6G marketplace in a way that may undermine our values, national security, and economic prosperity. We cannot allow that to happen. History has shown us that early developers and adopters of technology define the marketplace, drive innovation, and reap the economic benefits. And that's why America must lead here. Moreover, as we've seen with the Salt Typhoon cyber attack, foreign adversaries often see our communications networks and devices as the entry points to disrupt our daily lives and conduct espionage campaigns. In the Salt Typhoon cyber attack, which was backed by China, several American telecommunications networks were infiltrated to gain access to detailed information about President Trump, former Vice President Harris, other political leaders, and American surveillance information. It's imperative that American interests are at the table as new wireless standards are crafted, including those that have cybersecurity and national security implications. So I want to thank Representatives Dingell, Clark, Kane, and Wahlberg for their bipartisan work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1765 and reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would yield as much time as he may require to the gentleman from New Jersey's 7th District.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1765, the Promoting United States Wireless Leadership Act. The United States has long been a leader in the development and deployment of the wireless infrastructure that connects Americans and the world. America led the way in the development and the deployment of 5G, an important tool in our communications arsenal that connects millions to everyday needs, emergency services when needed, and to one another. But make no mistake, our adversaries are aggressively working to exert their own influence, their own values, and their own interests on the global wireless stage. As the next generation of wireless technologies takes shape, it is critical that America leads, not follows. This bipartisan bill will cement our continued leadership by directing the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, or NTIA, to encourage participation by trusted stakeholders in the international standard-setting bodies like 3GP and IEEE that develop technological standards for 5G and next-generation wireless. Through this bill, NTIA will partner with these trusted stakeholders, representing companies, engineers, and policymakers from America and our allies to offer technical expertise to American-led innovators. By ensuring that our companies, engineers, and policymakers have a seat at the table, we can promote fair competition, protect our national security, and prevent our adversaries, like China, from shaping the future of the global communications to their advantage and to our detriment. I appreciate the partnership of Representatives Dingell, Wahlberg, and Clark, and the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee on this important matter. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now such time as she may consume to the sponsor of this bill, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingell, a member of our committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my dear friend, the chair of the subcommittee, Bob Latta, and our ranking member, Frank Pallone, for helping to move this and for recognizing me today. I rise today in support of the 5G and Beyond Caucus bill, H.R. 1765, the Promoting U.S. Wireless Leadership Act. As a co-chair of the 5G and Beyond Caucus, it's good to see that we actually have bipartisan agreement in this body that the United States must be a leader in the development and deployment of cutting-edge technologies. I want to thank my co-leads of this bill, Representative Tom Keene, you just heard from, Representatives Tim Wahlberg and Yvette Clark, who are also members of the 5G caucus, for their work on this legislation. This bipartisan bill ensures the United States remains at the forefront of innovation by playing a central role in setting international wireless standards in emerging technologies such as 6G and what's to come. Today's policy decisions have lasting effects on the global wireless technology development of tomorrow. Today, we are taking concrete, proactive steps to lower the barriers of entry for U.S. companies and other stakeholders to promote American ingenuity at international standard-setting bodies as they develop the next generation of wireless technologies. Let's be clear, our global competitor is China. As 5G has become the backbone of our digital infrastructure, China has aggressively positioned itself as the global leader for this technology. To accomplish this, the Chinese government has streamlined spectrum management, invested heavily in telecom infrastructure, and launched diplomatic efforts to shape international standards in its favor. To maintain our technological edge, we must invest now in setting standards for the next generation of wireless technology, 6G. We need to counter China's influence. We must work to ensure that we shape these global standards as they will define the future of telecommunication technologies. This bill will do exactly that. It will have a real impact on our global competitiveness, 6G deployment, and our national security. I'm glad to see that today we are making real progress. I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 1765. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have no further speakers and prepare to close if the gentleman is.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge bipartisan support for this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I also encourage a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1765 as amended? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3657 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 157, H.R. 3657, a bill to amend the Federal Power Act to require the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to annually submit to Congress a report on the status of ongoing hydropower relicensing applications.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous materials in the record on the bill.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 3657, the Hydropower Relicensing Transparency Act, led by the gentleman from Idaho's 1st District and the gentlelady from Washington's 8th District. Hydropower is critical to our nation's energy mix, supplying power to approximately 30 million homes and businesses and accounting for 40% of the nation's black start capacity. However, the average age of hydropower facility in the United States is 60 years of age. Therefore, hundreds of projects will be up for relicensing between now and 2035. Hydropower developers must go through an extensive permitting process in order to license and relicense projects. While important, this process can significantly increase the cost and timeline of relicensing these important energy sources. In fact, the average permitting length of an original license process spans from 5 to 7 years, and the average relicensing process takes between 7 and 10 years. To increase transparency surrounding the status of hydropower licensing and relicensing applications, H.R. 3657 would require an annual report from FERC to Congress detailing the status of projects that have filed a notice of intent for original or new licenses. This will better inform Congress on the status of applications and highlight obstacles to the efficient permitting and deployment of hydropower projects. It is important that projects are relicensed in a timely manner to ensure clean and reliable hydropower dams remain online for the years to come. I thank the gentlelady from Washington's 8th District and the gentleman from Idaho's 1st District for their leadership on this very important legislation. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 3657, and Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 3657, which will provide transparency into the hydropower licensing process at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC. Today, FERC is responsible for issuing licenses for hydropower dams, but it's often dependent on other regulatory entities, such as the Army Corps, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the National Marine Fisheries Service, or state water agencies to provide information and approvals that FERC relies on to issue licenses. It also can be dependent on the dam developer itself to give FERC necessary information. With all these different entities involved in the process, it's often difficult to monitor from the outside and understand where things stand on a particular project. So this bill helps us to bring more transparency to the process. It requires an annual report to Congress on the status of each license application and outstanding actions that are required of regulatory agencies or the applicants themselves. This is particularly important now because 15% of the electric capacity at hydropower dams will come up for relicensing in the next decade. forecasts, I should say, for electricity demand also seem to be increasing by the day, and that's why it's critically important that we have transparency into where the hang-ups are in the hydropower licensing process. So I want to thank Representative Schreier for her hard work on this bipartisan bill. I also thank Representatives Fulcher, Chairs Guthrie and Latta, and Republican committee staff for accommodating common sense bipartisan amendments to the bill, such as expanding it to cover new hydropower projects. And I urge support for the bill and reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield such time as she may consume to the sponsor of the bill, Dr. Schreier.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. Thank you, Chairman Latta. I'm from Washington State, and in the Pacific Northwest, hydropower makes up the majority of our energy mix, and that's why I'm very proud to lead this effort to enhance transparency and really help streamline the non-federal hydropower licensing process with my colleague from Idaho, Representative Fulcher. This bill will support the proper permitting of clean, abundant, affordable energy by allowing Congress, tribes, resource agencies, and ratepayers to better track the status of the relicensing process for new and existing hydropower license applications. Every 30 to 50 years, hydropower dams must relicense their dams with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in order to continue operating. Hydropower dams in my district are critical to keeping the lights on and keeping the power flowing, and several, including the Rock Island Dam at Chelan County PUD, are due for relicensing at the end of 2028. The relicensing process is typically very lengthy, in part for good reason. The public comment period needs to be robust for all parties to weigh in, and without that input, we risk potentially devastating environmental consequences on regional ecosystems. With relicensing activities set to double in the coming decade, and the process typically taking 7 to 10 years to complete, there are crucial reforms that are needed to cut red tape without compromising careful consideration. Otherwise, we could risk not having the affordable power we need when we need it. The bill also includes annual reporting to track progress on new hydropower licenses, which are the most sensitive to licensing costs and any delays. Existing projects have a revenue stream to pull from that allows the licensee to fund these processes as they move along, but new projects are completely sourced by the developers. This common sense bipartisan bill takes the first step by enhancing transparency and tracking progress on any given licensing process for all parties involved. I look forward to continuing work with my colleagues on comprehensive bipartisan hydropower licensing reform, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers on the bill, and I'm prepared to close what the gentleman is, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would urge bipartisan support for this important bill related to hydropower dams, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, all the reports that we have across this country are state that we're going to be producing more power, not less. And hydropower plays an important role in our structure of energy in this country. And I encourage a yes vote on this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3657 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Purposes, the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 900 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 147, H.R. 900. A bill to direct the Director of the United States Geological Survey to establish a program to map zones that are at greater risk of sinkhole formation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 900, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
I rise in support of Representative Soto's bill, H.R. 900, the Sinkhole Mapping Act of 2025. Sinkholes are a natural hazard that costs the United States government approximately $300 million per year and pose a serious threat to public safety. Sinkholes occur when there is a lack of proper external surface drainage, so when a heavy rainstorm comes through and the ground cannot drain the water properly, a void may form underground. From that point on, it is often simply a waiting game until the ground gives out and the dangerous sinkhole develops. This bill would require the Director of the United States Geological Survey to establish a program that examines the short and long-term causes of sinkholes. This research would provide the government with more accurate data on the cost incurred from these hazards. The program would also create maps of areas most at risk of sinkholes, analyze the areas with the greatest risk of experiencing a sudden sinkhole, and make maps publicly available to help community planners and government agencies prepare for and avoid these catastrophes. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited to see my colleague, Representative Darren Soto's Sinkhole Mapping Act today on the floor. This bipartisan legislation will direct the U.S. Geological Survey to study both the short and long-term causes of sinkholes, including extreme weather events, droughts, and groundwater depletion. Right now, there's no national comprehensive mapping to track and predict sinkholes, leaving communities across the country more vulnerable to sudden and serious damage. Sinkholes can open without warning and wreak havoc on our infrastructure, damaging roads, bridges, buildings, and utilities, and putting people's lives and livelihoods at risk. We've seen this firsthand on the Oregon coast at Camp Kawanda, where an ocean wave erosion has carved into the sandstone. 2023, 2 sinkholes appeared there, measuring up to 25 and 30 feet deep, 25 feet across and 30 feet deep each. Thankfully, state and local officials acted quickly, identified the problem, put safety precautions in place to protect the public. But with effective sinkhole mapping, we can do even more. We can identify at-risk areas before disaster strikes and take preventative action like ground stabilization to protect lives and reduce the cost of damage. This bill is common sense, forward-looking investment in our communities and infrastructure, especially as climate change increases the risk of sinkholes across the country. I want to thank my colleagues, Representatives Soto and Bilirakis, for introducing this bill and their leadership on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 900, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, the sponsor of this bill, Representative Soto.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Oregon for her leadership, Representative Hoyle. I rise in strong support of H.R. 900, the Sinkhole Mapping Act, a bipartisan piece of legislation with my fellow Floridian, Gus Bilirakis. You know, Mr. Speaker, sinkholes pose a huge problem for Florida and many states, yet we don't have a comprehensive mapping system to help first responders and community planners, as was mentioned by our Chairman Westerman, and thank you for agendaing this bill today, sir. It costs over $300 million a year. We see in Florida homes and community centers and businesses be affected by this, and so having a database that displays potential sinkholes in our Sunshine State and across the nation would absolutely be critical. And that's what this bill does, directs the U.S. geological survey to study the short and long-term mechanisms that trigger sinkholes. This includes extreme storms, prolonged droughts, shifts in water management practices, ongoing aquifer depletion, other major water uses. And it's all about having a public website displaying maps depicting zones at greater risk of sinkhole formation, helping with communities, helping save lives, and getting us to have more resilient communities. I want to thank Chair Westerman, Ranking Member Huffman and Hoyle, obviously Representative Bilirakis, Frost, Castor, Wilson, Costa, Harder, Fitzpatrick, and Bell for joining me, and I urge a yes vote and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We're prepared to close. I reserve. I'm sorry. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Soto's bill will help leverage modern technology and mapping data to gain a better understanding of the sinkhole hazards facing the country and empower local communities to prepare for and mitigate these hazards. With that, I encourage adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 900 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purposes the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2316.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 156, H.R. 2316, a bill to amend the Pittman-Robertson Wildlife Restoration Act to provide that interest on obligations held in the Federal Aid to Wildlife Restoration Fund shall become available for apportionment at the beginning of fiscal year 2033.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 2316, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 2316, the Wetland Conservation and Access Improvement Act of 2025. This bill is sponsored by Representative Hurd of Colorado, and it would ensure that the interest from unallocated Pittman-Robertson funds continue to go to North American Wetlands Conservation Act, or NACA. NACA is one of the most successful conservation programs administered by the federal government and has proven to be invaluable all over the country as well as in my home state of Arkansas. Over 100,000 people visit Arkansas each year to hunt waterfowl in the pristine flyways of the natural state. Across North America, NACA projects have conserved nearly 34 million acres of wetland habitat for migratory waterfowl. Funds generated under Pittman-Robertson come from excise taxes on the sale of hunting equipment and firearms. Various state and wildlife agencies, as represented by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, are on record supporting this approach, further confirming its viability and effectiveness. I want to commend my colleague from Colorado, Mr. Hurd, for being a champion for sportsmen and women, and I thank him for his work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Wetlands Conservation and Access Improvement Act of 2025 would extend critical wetlands conservation funding through 2033. Many of my constituents live and breathe wetlands conservation, whether you're a duck hunter on the river or a birder exploring the coastal marshes or a family counting on clean water and flood protection. Wetlands deliver for everyone. Since 1937, the Pittman-Robertson Act has created successful conservation models where hunters and sportsmen support wildlife restoration through excise taxes on firearms, ammunition, and archery equipment. Currently, the interest earned from these funds supports wetlands protection through 2026, and this bill ensures that funding continues uninterrupted through 2033. This is conservation funding that works. It's user-funded, results-driven, and focuses on protecting habitats that benefit all Americans. The North American Wetlands Conservation Act has helped protect millions of acres of wetlands and grasslands across North America. I commend Representatives Hurd and Elfreth for their bipartisan leadership in advancing this proven funding mechanism and ensuring future generations inherit healthy wetlands and thriving wildlife. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 2316. Thank you, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the lead sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Westerman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, H.R. 2316, the Wetlands Conservation and Access Improvement Act. This bipartisan legislation ensures that the interest earned on unallocated Pittman-Robertson funds will continue to support wetlands restoration through the North American Wetlands Conservation Act for years to come. For nearly a century, the Pittman-Robertson Act has stood as one of the most successful conservation funding models in the world. It works because sportsmen and sportswomen pay a dedicated excise tax on firearms, ammunition, and archery equipment. That money is then invested in habitat restoration, public access, and in hunter education. Since 2004, interest generated from these funds has added an average of nearly $11 million per year to support wetland and waterfowl conservation across North America. That funding is leveraged by nonprofit and state partners, often doubling or tripling the federal investment, delivering high-impact results. This bill is about safeguarding that model. It's about making sure that the dollars contributed by sportsmen and sportswomen continue to be put to work conserving the wetlands that sustain wildlife, outdoor access, and rural economies, including in places like Colorado's San Luis Valley, where thousands of acres of wetlands benefit from these funds. There is no better conservationist than the American sportsman, and this legislation honors their legacy by protecting the very lands and waters they've long fought to preserve. I would like to take a moment to thank Chairman Westerman and the staff of the House Committee on Natural Resources for working with my office to get this bill introduced. I'd like to thank my colleague from across the aisle, Representative Elfreth, for co-leading this legislation with me, and I'd also like to thank all the organizations supporting this effort. I respectfully ask my House colleagues to join me in supporting this common sense, bipartisan bill. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We're prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this really great legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, by passing this common sense legislation, the House will ensure we can continue conserving vital waterfowl habitat for years to come. This is important for sportsmen and women who depend on healthy wetland habitats for hunting, fishing, and other forms of wildlife-centered recreation. H.R. 2316 is a win for conservation and the sportsmen and women community alike. NACA has proven to be a very successful program. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2316? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1729.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 155, H.R. 1729. A bill to amend the John D. Dingell Jr. Conservation Management and Recreation Act to allow for additional entities to be eligible to complete the maintenance work on Boat Stitch and the Boat Stitch Headgate within the Holy Cross Wilderness, Colorado.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 1729 the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
You're recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1729, the Bolts Ditch Act, sponsored by Representative Neguse. This straightforward legislation allows additional entities to conduct routine maintenance activities on Bolts Ditch and the Bolts Ditch Headgate in Colorado. Bolts Ditch and the Bolts Ditch Headgate are water facilities located near the town of Minturn, Colorado, that divert water into Bolts Lake. In 1980, Congress established the Holy Cross Wilderness in the White River and San Isabel National Forest, but inadvertently failed to include Bolts Ditch among a list of existing water facilities excluded from the designation. This has prevented the structure from being rebuilt or repaired for more than 3 decades. The inability to rehabilitate and rebuild the Bolts Ditch Headgate prevented new development in the area, which would have required the expansion of Bolts Lake to provide a water supply for surrounding homes. Congress corrected this error in 2019 by allowing the town of Minturn to access Bolts Ditch for maintenance and repairs. H.R. 1729 builds on this legislation by allowing additional local entities, including the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District and the Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority, to maintain this vital infrastructure near Bolts Lake. This, again, is common sense legislation that will help local Coloradans and improve the operational efficiency of this important water infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1729, the Bolts Ditch Act, introduced by my colleague and good friend from Colorado, Representative Joe Neguse. The Bolts Ditch Headgate and ditch segment are located within the Holy Cross Wilderness in Colorado's White River National Forest. The infrastructure is essential for delivering water to the Bolts Lake Reservoir, supporting water supply needs and economic development in Eagle County. To balance the protection of the wilderness area with the continued operation of Bolts Ditch, Congress previously authorized the town of Minturn access to use, maintain, repair the headgate and ditch under the John Dingell Jr. Conservation Management and Recreation Act. The Bolts Ditch Act would expand this authority to the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District and the Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority as eligible entities. Under this new authority, they would be eligible to receive a permit from the Secretary of Agriculture for non-motorized access to use, maintain, and repair Bolts Ditch Headgate and 450 feet of Bolts Ditch. Representative Neguse's legislation would ensure continued access to critical water infrastructure and promote efficient regional water supply management while protecting the wilderness area. It would also support higher in-stream flows for Cross Creek, reduce energy consumption, and foster long-term economic benefits for Eagle County. This is a priority for this community, and I want to thank Representative Neguse for his hard work and leadership. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further request for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
Okay. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from Colorado, the sponsor of the bill, Representative Neguse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, let me thank my colleague from Oregon, Ranking Member Ms. Hoyle, and I also want to say thank you to Chairman Westerman for his support and to his team and his staff for giving us the opportunity here to consider a number of bills that are bipartisan, common sense, and certainly mean a lot to the folks that I represent out west. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, I represent Colorado's 2nd Congressional District. It is an incredibly large geographic district. It's a district that spans across more than 8,000 square miles. It is larger than 8 states on the eastern seaboard, spans 12 counties, and over 55 towns. And I have the privilege of representing this incredible district each and every day back home in Colorado. And when you represent a district of that size and scale, you learn early on how important it is to be present in your communities, to be able to listen directly to constituents, local leaders, the folks on the ground about problems that you can ultimately help solve. This bill is a perfect example. It is a bill that has been described well by the chairman and the ranking member that, in effect, would ensure that a number of different water authorities, specifically the Eagle River Water and Sanitation District and the Upper Eagle Regional Water Authority, would have access, as the town of Minturn already does, to the Bolts Ditch structure. It builds on legislation that we successfully got across the finish line several years ago. It's common sense, it's bipartisan, and it means a great deal to the folks that I represent in western Colorado. So I hope that my colleagues can support this measure, and I look forward to doing everything that needs to be done to getting it to the President's desk. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Negus's bill is a straightforward bill that will improve the maintenance of Bolts Ditch and the Bolts Ditch headgate near Minturn, Colorado. I support H.R. 1729 and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1729? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1044.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 140, H.R. 1044. A bill to amend Public Law 99-338 with respect to Kawia project permits.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material. On H.R. 1044, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of Representative Valadeo's bill, H.R. 1044. This bill is a common sense measure to ensure the continued operation of existing hydroelectric facilities which have provided reliable and affordable power to Californians over a century. The bill authorizes the Secretary of the Interior to issue 4 10-year renewals for a special use permit for the Kawia hydroelectric project, thereby extending the project's life for up to 40 additional years. These hydroelectric dams located on the Kawia and East Fork Kawia rivers fall within the boundaries of Sequoia National Park, but they predate the park's expansion and have long been recognized by Congress as a valuable energy asset. With the current statutory authorization for the permits set to expire in 2026, this bill provides much-needed certainty for the continued operation of a critical source of reliable energy. Without an extension, Southern California Edison will be forced to remove this infrastructure at enormous expense to their ratepayers. I thank Representative Valadeo for his leadership on this issue. By championing this bill, he is ensuring that more than 15 million people in California have access to affordable, reliable, and clean energy for generations to come. I support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1044, introduced by my colleague, Representative Valadeo of California. This bill would allow Secretary of the Interior to issue additional permit renewals for the Kawia project, a hydroelectric facility that operates within the boundaries of Sequoia National Park. The Kawia project has been generating clean, renewable energy since 1907. Although it was originally granted a 50-year permit, the boundaries of the Sequoia National Park were later expanded in 1943, bringing portions of the project, such as flow lines and diversions, within park lands. Because the project predated the park, it was allowed to continue operating. In 2004, Congress authorized the Secretary of the Interior to issue up to 3 permit renewals with reasonable safeguards to ensure the project's continued operation wouldn't harm the park. These include prohibiting any expansion of the project within the park, requiring a safety assessment, and appropriate compensation for the use of public resources. H.R. 1044 would build on that responsible approach by allowing the Secretary to continue renewing permits for the Kauai project under the same protective conditions. This bill allows continued hydropower generation while upholding our responsibility to protect the park for future generations. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the lead sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadeo.
Is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to urge support for my bill, H.R. 1044, which authorizes 7 permit renewals for the Kauai hydroelectric project in Tulare County, California. Southern California Edison has operated the Kauai hydroelectric project since 1899, marking well over a century of reliable, clean power. For decades, Congress has allowed for the continued use of the federal lands for this purpose, but unless we act now, the authorization will expire in 2026. Without authorization, Southern California Edison would be forced to dismantle critical infrastructure, costing ratepayers in the region tens of millions of dollars and eliminating a clean, reliable, and affordable source of energy. This bill ensures that Kauai can keep operating without disruption and unnecessary costs for families across California. I want to thank Chairman Westerman and his staff at the Committee on Natural Resources for their work on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill and protect the Central Valley's clean energy future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a straightforward, common sense bill. In the world we live in today, where we have more and more electrical energy demand, it makes no sense to be closing down any kind of electrical generation, especially one where the infrastructure is already built and it's working and it's producing reliable and affordable baseload power. I again urge my colleagues to support Representative Valadeo's legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1044? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-1596.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1596, an act to rename the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge, located in the state of Texas, as the Jocelyn Nungahree National Wildlife Refuge.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on S-1596, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Jocelyn Nungahree was a vibrant 12-year-old girl from Houston, Texas, whose life was tragically cut short on June 16, 2024, when she was murdered by 2 Venezuelan nationals who illegally entered the United States and are allegedly members of the Tren de Agua gang. This senseless act has done irreparable damage to Jocelyn's family, friends, and community. In May, Jocelyn's mother, Alexis, testified on this legislation, but more importantly, she highlighted Jocelyn's caring personality, deep love for animals, and passion for finding animals homes, sharing stories of Jocelyn's life, such as Jocelyn's efforts to nurse injured animals back to health. Alexis recounted one instance when Jocelyn bought a pigeon that had injured its legs into her home. Jocelyn, without hesitation, tried to nurse the pigeon back to health in her bedroom until it was well enough to be released back into the wild. On March 2025, President Trump signed an executive order directing the Secretary of the Interior to rename the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge after Jocelyn Nungahree, permanently commemorating Jocelyn for her compassion for animals and people who care about nature. To ensure the name change is permanent, Congressman Babin and Senator Cornyn introduced identical legislation that would codify the President's executive order. The National Wildlife Refuge System plays an important role in coastal conservation, public recreation, and environmental education, all of which honor Jocelyn by allowing current and future generations of Americans to enjoy the natural landscape and animals that Jocelyn also enjoyed. I again thank my colleague Congressman Babin for introducing this House companion for the legislation and for his commitment to honoring Jocelyn's memory. I support this bill and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1596 will codify the renaming of the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge in Texas to honor the memory of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary. Wildlife refuges are more than places to protect our environment. They're places where so many young people are inspired to build a lifelong connection to nature and develop a sense of stewardship for the world around them. Jocelyn Nungary was one of those young people. She loved animals and the outdoors. Her life was tragically taken far too soon. This legislation ensures that her love for wildlife and the natural world will be remembered and honored forever at one of our nation's most important coastal conservation areas, spanning 39,000 acres along Texas's Gulf Coast. This refuge is a vital sanctuary for migratory waterfowl, endangered species, and countless other wildlife. Now it will also stand as a lasting tribute to Jocelyn's spirit and the values she held dear. I urge my colleagues to join me by supporting Senate Bill 1596 and help preserve her legacy in a place that reflects the beauty and wonder she saw in the world, and I hope that this will bring her family some semblance of peace. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the lead sponsor of the House companion bill, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'd like to thank my good friend and classmate, Chairman Westerman, for his services here. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Senate Bill 1596 to rename the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge located in the state of Texas and in my district as the Jocelyn Nungary National Wildlife Refuge to forever commemorate the life of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary, who was tragically killed on June the 17th of 2024. Jocelyn was brutally murdered in Houston, Texas last summer, and two illegal Venezuelan aliens, both reported members of Tren de Aragua, the gang notoriously known around the country, have been charged in her killing. Naming the refuge after Jocelyn is a very, very fitting way to honor her love for animals and to preserve her spirit within the very landscape that she called home. I want to thank Chairman Westerman and Senator Cornyn for their leadership and their support in these efforts, and also the Democrat colleague across the way there. I want to thank her as well. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this very common sense legislation, which we can never bring back Jocelyn, but we can commemorate her and memorialize her for the love of animals that she had in her wonderful family, and have that be a fitting testimony to her short life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my friend, the gentleman from Texas, and the chair of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee for his unwavering work and dedication to bring this good piece of legislation to the floor. I have no further requests for speakers. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, refuges are places dedicated to conservation, public enjoyment, and environmental education. Jocelyn was a kind, compassionate young girl who loved animals and cared deeply for the natural world. Renaming this refuge is a fitting honor to Jocelyn's life, which ensures that her memory lives on. Again, I want to thank Congressman Babin and the Texas delegation for the work on this issue. I support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1596? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. Purposes, the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 410.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 153, H.R. 410, a bill to extend the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material on H.R. 410, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise to support H.R. 410, the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Extension Act of 2025, sponsored by Representative Begich. This legislation would extend the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program for an additional 5 years to end on December 29, 2030. Alaska Natives have long experienced land-related hardships. Recognizing this, Congress passed the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act in 1971 to settle the Aboriginal land claims of Alaska Natives. Unfortunately, this congressional action coincided with the Vietnam War, meaning that many Alaska Natives who were serving overseas in the U.S. military at the time were unable to apply for a land allotment. Congress has attempted to fix this problem legislatively over the years, but many eligible Alaska Native veterans have yet to receive their allotment. Accordingly, the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program was established in the 116th Congress. Through this program, eligible Alaska Natives or their heirs can select an allotment of up to 160 acres of certain federal land. On January 21st, on January of 2021, the Trump administration revoked 11 public land orders, which opened up 28 million acres of Bureau of Land Management land for allotment purposes. The next month, however, the newly elected Biden administration postponed that revocation, prompting a battle that waged throughout the rest of President Biden's term. During that time, Alaska Natives remained without their allotments. Immediately upon his return to office this year, President Trump reinstated the revocation through an executive order titled Unleashing Alaska's Extraordinary Resources Potential. While this executive order will help address Alaska Natives' allotment needs, the program is running out of time. Recent estimates show that over 2,000 eligible Alaska Native veterans had yet to receive their allotment, illustrating a clear need for an extension. H.R. 410 would provide this relief by extending the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program for an additional 5 years. I thank Representative Begich for sponsoring this legislation, for his hard work on behalf of Alaska Native veterans, and for ensuring that we keep our promises to those who fought for this country. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 410, a bill that would extend the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program until 2030, giving those brave men and women who served in the Vietnam War additional time to apply for and claim the land allotments that they were promised. In 1906, Congress passed the Alaska Native Allotment Act to provide individual Alaska Natives up to 160-acre allotments. However, this law was later repealed with the passage of the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act in 1971. While many Alaska Natives were able to apply for allotments prior to the ANCSA. Others were unable to due to their active military service at the time. To correct the issue, Congress established the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program in 2019. Under the program, Alaska Native Vietnam Era veterans who served between 1964 and 71 and had not previously received an allotment or their heirs were deemed eligible to apply. Despite the number of veterans still eligible to apply, the program is set to expire in December of this year. By extending the program through 2030, Congress will reinforce our support for Native communities and give eligible Alaska Native veterans the time they need to apply for the land that they're entitled to. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the lead sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Alaska, Mr. Begich.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on H.R. 410, the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Extension Act of 2025. This bill extends the application period for the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program by 5 years, ensuring eligible veterans can claim the land that they were promised. For decades, thousands of Alaska Native veterans who served in Vietnam were unfairly denied the ability to apply for land allotments due to their service overseas. While Congress took steps to correct this injustice, the executive branch, until recently, has been slow processing eligibility applications and conveyances, leaving many veterans in limbo. As of January 2025, out of more than 2,000 eligible Alaska Native veterans, only 41 applications have been certified and only 18 veterans have received their conveyances. Fortunately, executive orders issued by the current administration have reinstated federal land withdrawals previously revoked, returning lands to the state of Alaska and unlocking lands that had been closed. This expansion of available land increases opportunities for veterans to select and receive their rightful allotments. This bill will give these veterans time to participate in the program with ample land for viable selections. These veterans served our country honorably, and we need to make sure that they are not denied what they were promised. Thank you for your consideration of H.R. 410. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation again would extend the Alaska Native Vietnam Era Veterans Land Allotment Program through the end of 2030. I commend Mr. Begich for his leadership and for working on this important issue for his constituents in Alaska. I urge the adoption of H.R. 410, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 410? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 504.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 154, H.R. 504. A bill to amend the Miccosukee Reserved Area Act to authorize the expansion of the Miccosukee Reserved Area and to carry out activities to protect structures within the Osceola camp from flooding and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members are given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to add extraneous material to H.R. 504, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 504, the Miccosukee Reserved Area Amendments Act, sponsored by Representative Jimenez. This bill would amend the Miccosukee Reserved Area Act, or MRAA, to include the Osceola Camp Tribal Village as part of the Miccosukee Reserved Area. It would also direct the Secretary of the Interior to consult with the tribe to protect the village from flooding. The Miccosukee tribe has a long history in Florida. Oral history has the tribe originating in the northern portion of Florida, but they later settled in the Everglades following the Seminole Wars. Congress passed the MRAA in 1988, which gave the tribe permanent residency in the Everglades. The MRAA also declared the Miccosukee Reserve Area as Indian country, yet the federal government still held the right to engage in restoration and protection activities in the area. The area known as the Osceola Camp was not included in the MRAA despite serving as a residential tribal village with key historical and ancestral ties to the tribe. The National Park Service is already working with the tribe to protect this residential area from flooding. Once the camp is incorporated into the Miccosukee Reserved Area, the tribe will be able to work alongside the Department of the Interior to prevent flooding, preserve the village's infrastructure, and ensure that the village can be inhabited for years to come. I thank Representative Jimenez for his work on this important bill. I support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 504 would amend the Miccosukee Reserve Area Act to expand the boundaries of the Miccosukee Reserved Area within the Everglades National Park. This expansion would ensure that the Miccosukee tribe of Indians of Florida can access the Osceola Camp, a historic tribal village that was unfortunately excluded from the original reserved area without requiring the tribe to obtain special use permits. H.R. 504 would also direct the Department of the Interior to implement needed flood control measures to protect homes and structures within this village. For centuries, the Miccosukee tribe's way of life has been challenged through forced relocation, damage to wetland drainage projects, and the need to acquire special use permits to reside in their own villages. 1988, Congress established the Miccosukee Reserved Area, granting the tribe rights to much of their ancestral lands within the park while supporting environmental restoration. However, not all of the tribe's villages were included within the reserved area. H.R. 504 would correct this oversight by incorporating Osceola Camp into the reserved area, a critical step towards honoring tribal sovereignty, addressing ongoing governance concerns and environmental challenges. This bill underscores the importance of righting historical wrongs and supporting tribal communities. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the lead sponsor of the bill, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my bill, H.R. 504, the Miccosukee Reserved Area Amendments Act. This bipartisan legislation ensures that the Miccosukee tribe has the legal authority to manage, protect, and preserve their land and continue their traditional way of life. Specifically, the bill amends the Miccosukee Reserved Area Act to include the Osceola Camp, an inhabited tribal village located within the heart of Florida's Everglades. The Osceola Camp is not only home to tribal members, but it is also a site of historical and cultural importance. Including this land in the reserved area will empower the tribe to protect their community, manage water flow into the Everglades National Park, and raise structures within the camp to prevent catastrophic flooding. The Everglades is the largest subtropical wilderness in the continental United States and one of the most unique ecosystems on the planet. For generations, the Miccosukee tribe has served as a responsible steward of the fragile environment. Their leadership in conservation, water management, and environmental protection has helped preserve the natural beauty, the biodiversity, and the cultural heritage of South Florida. This bill is about fairness and conservation. It ensures the Miccosukee tribe has the autonomy to protect their home, their land, and their way of life. I want to thank my colleague from Florida, the Representative Darren Soto, for co-sponsoring this measure. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 504. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation would amend the Miccosukee Reserved Area Act to include the Osceola Camp as part of the Miccosukee Reserved Area. This bill would also help with important work to mitigate the impact of flooding on the structures in the area. Before I close, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an exchange of letters between the Committee on Natural Resources and the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
Without objection.
Urge adoption of H.R. 504 and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 504? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on the question previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1709, H.R. 1770, and Senate 1596. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the voting on the motion of the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1709. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 143, H.R. 1709, a bill to direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to submit to Congress a report examining the cybersecurity of mobile service networks and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 350, the nays are 10. Two-thirds. You said it. Does anybody want to change their vote? Has everybody voted?
Stations are open.
I had them picked up.
Now I gotta call.
Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington votes aye. Ms. Gillen. Ms. Gillen votes aye. Mr. Goldman of New York. Mr. Goldman of New York votes aye. Mr. Keating. Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Smith of New Jersey. Mr. Smith of New Jersey votes aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 360, the nays are 10. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of a gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1770, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 123, H.R. 1770, a bill to direct the Consumer Product Safety Commission to establish a pilot program to explore the use of artificial intelligence in support of the mission of the Commission, and to direct the Secretary of Commerce and the Federal Trade Commission to study and report on the use of blockchain technology and tokens, respectively.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. vote. The yeas are 336, the nays are 36. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, to suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 1596, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 1596, an act to rename the Anahuac National Wildlife Refuge located in the state of Texas as the Jocelyn Nungery National Wildlife Refuge.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members are record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Yeas are 372, the nays are 0. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rule are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. All members are requested to take their conversations off the floor. The House will be in order. All members are asked to take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
The gentlewoman will suspend. The House is not in order. Please, all members, take your conversations off the floor. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart and tears in my eyes to honor the 3 lives lost this week in the catastrophic floods in Ruidoso, New Mexico, including 2 young children visiting Ruidoso from El Paso. Their father, an airman from Fort Bliss, remains in critical condition. The third, Benjamin Fagan, dreamed of retiring in the forest above Ruidoso. We grieve in solidarity with Ruidoso and with the communities in Central Texas who've been hit by these devastating floods. Today, we hold them in our hearts, in our minds, and in our prayers, and stand ready to support our communities as they rebuild and recover.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of the first responders and the families who lost their loved ones during historic and tragic flooding that happened in the community of Ruidoso, New Mexico. Words cannot express the tragic loss that this community is undergoing, as well as their families. I pray that God keeps Ruidoso, New Mexico in their prayers, the families of those who have been lost, and that this federal government, along with our delegation, helps to recover what was lost. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to join my colleagues as we mourn the loss of life in Ruidoso, specifically El Pasoans Stephanie and Sebastian Trotter, who took their 2 children to vacation and take some time away during the holiday. And their children were caught up in the flood before they knew it. Sebastian Rowan, 7 years old, Charlotte Emery, 4 years old, and their beloved dogs, Zeus and Ellie, lost their lives in the flood. The El Paso and Fort Bliss family grieves for them and grieves alongside everyone in Ruidoso. We keep them in our prayers.
Mr. Speaker, we ask that everybody have prayers, love, and bendiciones, and we ask for a moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Yep. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute. House will be in order. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the late Ben Chapman, who passed away on July 2nd, 2025. Mr. Chapman was a well-known figure in Georgia's 1st Congressional District, as he was a respected business owner in Savannah, Vidalia, and the Richmond Hill areas. After graduating from the University of Georgia, go Dogs, Mr. Chapman founded the Richmond Hill Pharmacy with the motto, "It's like having a pharmacist in the family." Since then, his locally owned business has grown and moved locations to expand its service to include diabetic and asthma care, blood pressure monitoring, compounding, and a gift shop. The pharmacy is known for its commitment to customer service and community focus. Overall, Mr. Chapman is remembered for his generous spirit, wry sense of humor, keen insight, and love of all things mechanical. In fact, one of his favorite pastimes was tinkering on engines, along with pulling weeds, long conversations on the front porch, kayaking, eating hearty meals, and rescuing animals like Charlie the dog and Gus the goose. Mr. Chapman was also known for his work ethic and perseverance despite the challenges faced as a polio survivor. Today, I ask that we all take a moment to remember Ben Chapman and his contributions to his local community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The House will be in order if you could take the conversations out. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. It's been 6 months since I was sworn in to serve Oregon's 5th Congressional District. And since then, we've seen the programs we rely on cut, costs are rising, and the needs of the American people ignored. And that's why I always encourage Oregonians to call my office and make their voices heard. I've heard from over 50,000 Oregonians, taken over 120 constituent meetings, and I've held 10 town halls, including 6 as part of my Give 'em Hell tour. The stories I hear help me elevate the issues in our district and fight back, including with these floor speeches, or as I call them, protest speeches. Today is my 22nd one, where I've shared constituent stories to help defend SNAP, Social Security, Medicare, and more, and call out my Republican colleagues. So please, Oregonians, keep sharing your stories with me, and I'll keep amplifying them. We have to keep the pressure on my Republican colleagues and President Trump by winning in the court of public opinion. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of talk, just flat out deception, you can even call it lies, about the big, beautiful bill, and that would be cutting aid to mothers, to kids, seniors, and people with disabilities. Well, it's just flat wrong. It's a deception being pulled on the American people to get them to panic about us trying to take corrective action on our massive federal deficit and set things on a good course for all Americans. We're making sure that Medicaid stays strong for the people who truly count on it. In my home state of California, for example, Governor Newsom and the state legislature have stretched Medicaid way beyond the intention and even its sustainability. In California, it's called Medi-Cal, and so it had run an additional $12 billion worth of deficit on the state budget because they want to hand it out to illegal immigrants in our home state. That's the effect on our state budget, $12 billion in the hole. They wanted to raise taxes to fix that. And also by waiving work requirements for able-bodied adults who choose not to work. It drains resources from people who are actually the intended of the program. With this new law, we're cutting the waste, the fraud, and the red tape so states can zero in on helping people actually qualified as designed. Put billions into long-term care means more care at home for people who are close by. So don't buy the lies. This Medicaid package is going to be helpful long-term.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, President Trump announced that the U.S. will provide NATO allies with weapons to send to Ukraine. Finally, this is welcome news, but it comes 6 months late. Wasn't it candidate Trump who promised to end this war on day one? How many Ukrainian lives might have been saved if he had kept that promise? President Trump also announced that Putin has 50 days to agree to a ceasefire or face, quote, very severe tariffs, end quote. On May 28th, the President gave Putin 2 weeks to show a willingness to end the war in Ukraine. That was 6 weeks ago. Now the deadline has been extended. The future of Ukraine and its people hang in the balance. Actions speak louder than words. Ukraine has been subjected to tariffs. Russia has not. It's time this administration stood up to Putin with the same level of rhetoric used to Canada and Denmark. No more of these deadlines that keep getting pushed and hollow threats. Months ago, we called on this government to side with the victim, Ukraine. Let's back it up with deeds. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, it's nice to be back in Congress after a little break, but being home, we look at the news back home, and in Milwaukee, we had another tragedy. For the 4th time this year, a city of Milwaukee police officer was shot, this time sadly fatally. Officer Kendall Corder was killed, another savage murder in Milwaukee. When I was a child, Milwaukee was the safest of the 25 biggest cities in this country. We've gone a long way from that. I hope this House addresses the root causes of why we have so much more crime in our major cities than we did 25 years ago. Also being home, I ran into somebody who is in a low-income housing unit, the low-income housing tax credits, and this person was being asked to confirm that they did not get any raise in the last year. This is a horrible program. It's an embarrassment. The Republicans extended it in the big, beautiful bill, and I hope we immediately do something to stop this program, which discourages people from working and improving their lives. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Brigadier General Donald Wayne Hanson, who recently celebrated his 92nd birthday. This milestone marks an extraordinary lifetime of military service and leadership. General Hanson's nearly 3-decade career began commissioning as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army Judge Advocate General's Corps. And during the Vietnam War, he served as an assistant staff judge advocate for the 1st Infantry Division, the legendary Big Red One, and later as a staff judge advocate for the U.S. Army Support Command in Saigon. In 1985, he was appointed Assistant Judge Advocate General of the U.S. Army, capping a distinguished career characterized by integrity, valor, and commitment to military justice. And I celebrate not only General Hanson's 92nd birthday, but also his enduring legacy of patriotism and an exemplary service that continues to inspire our nation. So thank you and happy birthday, General Hanson. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the safe return of New Jersey native Adon Alexander, a moment of profound relief and gratitude for his family, our community, and our nation. My constituent Adon Alexander from Tenafly, New Jersey, is an all-American kid who graduated from Tenafly High School and swam on the swim team. He could be anyone's son. After being kidnapped by Hamas terrorists on October 7th and held for 584 days, I'm thrilled to announce that Adon has finally come home. Through it all, the strength of the Alexander family and the New Jersey community has been a guiding light in an incredibly dark period. The family never gave up hope, and neither did we. Now we must not rest until every last hostage is returned, including the remains of the 2 Americans who were murdered by Hamas terrorists. In America and New Jersey, we never leave anyone behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as more Trump administration tariff news broke heading into this past weekend, I rise to ask a genuine question. Why is the Trump administration doing this yin-yang again? President Trump's latest 35% tariff threat against Canada is pure economic malpractice, reckless, rushed, and devastating to firms and working families across Ohio. Canada is Ohio's largest trading partner. Over 100,000 jobs in Ohio depend on trade with Canada. Our state exports $21 billion in goods annually to our neighbor to the north, our largest fair trade partner. From Toledo Jeep and General Motors to the parts manufacturers in Sandusky, Lorain, and Defiance, these aren't just numbers. These are paychecks, pensions, and livelihoods. The last time this administration tried tariff stunts, $6 trillion in U.S. wealth vanished in days. Workers were laid off, and Ohio is already among the top 10 states experiencing rising unemployment. We have all seen the Trump chicken out before, and maybe Taco Tuesday will come again soon. But people in my region want a job they can count on. They don't want yin-yang on U.S. trade and tariff policy. Let's get back to normal. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I introduced today an amendment demanding the full release of the Epstein files. The Speaker's Rules Committee should demand a vote tomorrow of every member of Congress. Yes, we should release it, or no, we should not. This is a question of whose side are you on? Are you on the side of protecting the rich and the powerful who've put their thumb on the scales of government to suck out millions of dollars while working class Americans suffer? Or are you on the side of the people? The Attorney General said on her desk was the Epstein file. And now she's saying, no, 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 nothing to see, don't release it. This is a question of trust. We need to release the Epstein files so we can restore government of the people, by the people, and for the people. And every member of Congress tomorrow should be forced to vote on this amendment.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise to urge passage of my Fair Bet Act. The Republican Triple B Act overturned a half-century tax provision that allowed gamblers to deduct 100% of their losses from their winnings. Accordingly, gamblers now, because that's been eliminated, will be required to pay taxes on money they haven't earned. My Fair Bet Act would undo the Senate mistake by keeping the 100% loss policy in place. This will ensure that gamblers don't have to pay taxes on phantom income and are not lured to offshore and unregulated markets. My legislation has bipartisan support because members of both sides understand that this is not ideological, it's just fair, good tax policy. So I urge everyone, bet on the come and pass the Fair Bet Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor Mr. Miles Jordan Alexander, an Atlanta legal giant whose life embodied the fight for justice and equality. From advocating for racial integration as a student at Emory University, to mentoring generations of diverse attorneys, to even infiltrating a Klan meeting under the name Miles Jordan as a spy, he broke barriers and built bridges, all while playing every game of tennis he possibly could. His commitment to civil rights, civic engagement, and the Jewish community created a ripple effect that helped shape a more inclusive and equitable Atlanta. A devoted father and husband, Miles Alexander shared more than 70 years of marriage with his beloved wife, Elaine, and raised 4 children with unwavering love and intention. He often spoke of his family as his proudest accomplishment. We're told throughout our lives to leave this world better than we found it. Miles Alexander did exactly that. It is one of the great pleasures of my life to have been a beneficiary of his commitment to justice and to have known him. As I mourn with the Alexander family, it is my honor to celebrate the legacy of courageous service of Mr. Miles Jordan Alexander in the U.S. House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House, revise, and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to stress the urgent need to fully fund and staff our nation's critical weather and recovery services amid the devastating natural disasters ravaging our country. In May, Mountain Maryland, in my district, was hit by historic flooding. Within minutes, water levels rose to over 12 feet. Hundreds were evacuated from their schools by boat. Lives were saved because of the early alarm systems and the expertise of the first responders. Hundreds of students would have been walking home otherwise when the disaster struck. It was and remains a hard time for our community, and they still need disaster assistance. I continue to urge the administration to honor Maryland's request for urgent FEMA funding and to fund NOAA for emergency weather services. My heart is also with the people of Texas and their heartbreaking floods. Tragedies like these are why agencies like NOAA and FEMA are essential. Emergency response programs, especially in rural areas, rely on those services to forecast dangerous weather and respond when needed. In closing, this is not about partisanship. It's about humanity and common sense life-saving assistance. I yield back.
Yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish the happiest of birthdays to the most beautiful woman on the planet. She is my wife, Dr. Kalisha to Sources Figures. I want to thank her for her investment in me and making me a better man and making me a better father and making me a better person. A lot of members say it, but I can tell you 100% there is no world in which there is a Congressman Shamari Figures without the support of my wife. And so I love you, I thank you, and I wish you the happiest of birthdays, my love. Thank you.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House the following personal request.
Leave of absence requested for Mr. Davis of Illinois for today.
Without objection, the request is granted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great honor that I rise today to anchor this Congressional Black Caucus Special Order Hour, marking the 5th anniversary this Thursday of when we lost a civil rights giant, Congressman John Lewis. Congressman Lewis's parting words to us were published in the New York Times in an op-ed entitled, "Together, You Can Redeem the Soul of Our Nation." It was a message of hope as he passed the baton as a drum major for justice to the next generation of Americans. His words are more necessary today than ever and need to be repeated. And for the next hour, you will hear members of the Congressional Black Caucus and other members who served with Congressman Lewis or inspired by him, using his words to talk about his legacy. I'd like to start with the beginning of his op-ed, which is poignantly relevant today. While my time here has now come to an end, I want you to know that in the last days and hours of my life, you inspired me. You filled me with hope about the next chapter of the great American story when you used your power to make a difference in our society. Millions of people, motivated simply by human compassion, laid down the burdens of division. Around the country and around the world, you set aside race, class, age, language, and nationality to demand respect for human dignity. Mr. Speaker, we need that call, that clarion call, that demand for respect for human dignity today more than ever before. We need the hope and inspiration that this drum major for justice saw in the next generation that would succeed him in the battle for the soul of our nation. Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative Yvette Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Virginia for yielding. Quote, "Our society is not unlike the children in that house, rocked again and again by the winds of one storm or another. The people of conscience never left the house," end quote. In his memoir in 1998, Walking with the Wind, a memoir of the movement, the great Congressman John Lewis recounted a childhood memory of being caught in a terrifying storm with a group of children in his Aunt Saniva's small house in Pike County, Alabama, near the town of Troy. As the storm tried to lift the house, John and the children held hands and worked together, using their unity as their strength to stabilize the home. This was, among things, a metaphor for how society, especially in moments of discord, upheaval, and conflict, requires people to come together, hold on, and stand firm against forces trying to tear it apart. As it happens, the icon, Congressman Lewis's words, timeless words, speak directly to the unique moment we find ourselves in today. With the unprecedented assaults on our voting rights and the slow erosion of our constitutional democratic norms, the House most certainly is in danger. Voting rights has always been the CBC's North Star. And right now, the franchise, this tool, the foundation of our democracy, is under threat. At a time when our democracy is under constant siege by the Trump administration, we must do all we can to protect it. As we speak, extremist Republicans at the local, state, and national levels are running the table with every tactic in their arsenal to disenfranchise Black and minority communities. To date, hundreds of bills to restrict voting access have been introduced in states around the country with the aim of closing polling locations, curbing early voting, vote by mail, and imposing stricter voter ID requirements. These efforts are coordinated, they are well-funded, and they are targeting our communities with laser-like precision. The question now is, what are we going to do to stop it? For generations, we have marched, fought, and even died for the right to vote. Congressman Lewis certainly knew this. It is a shame that partisan politics have brought us to the point that we cannot agree that access to the ballot box should be a right afforded to every American. Congressman John Lewis has devoted every day of his life to fighting to make our country live up to its highest ideals, to the promise that all men, and may I add women, are created equal. From the Edmund Pettus Bridge to the halls of Congress, the boy from Troy never stopped making good trouble. It is in that spirit that the CBC and House Democrats will always fight back against the voter suppression that plagues our country and impedes access to the ballot box, particularly in Black communities. It is in that spirit that we will not stop until we pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore and modernize the protections of Voting Rights Advancement Act to prevent states from erecting new barriers to the ballot box. As our beloved John said, the people of conscience never left the house. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is now my pleasure to yield to our immediate past chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Stephen Horsford.
I thank the gentlelady from the Commonwealth of Virginia for yielding. If we act
on the answer to what is right with courage and commitment, we will overcome all that stands between us and the glory of a truly beloved community. Those are the words of our dear friend and colleague, Representative John Lewis. He didn't just preach these words, he lived them. But progress only lasts when protected by vigilance. And today, our democracy faces threats so similar to what Representative John Lewis endured: voter suppression, book bans, economic injustice. The solution isn't to step back, it's to lean in. That's why I'm proud to co-sponsor the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and to reintroduce the Break the Cycle of Violence Act to carry his work and legacy forward. Let's do more than remember this giant among men. Let's legislate, let's lead, and above all, let's get in what he called good trouble, necessary trouble. I commend our chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus and all of our members and the members of this House to carry on the legacy of Representative John Lewis. I yield back.
Ms. Chair, it is my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to the former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative Joyce Beatty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan for yielding, and to our chairwoman, Congresswoman Clark. In the words of John Lewis, democracy is not a state, it's an act. And each generation must do its part to help build what we called the beloved community, a nation and a world society at peace with itself. Mr. Speaker, on this 5th anniversary of the passing of Congressman John Lewis, I rise to sound the alarm. Our democracy demands action now. The democracy that John Lewis fought for, bled for, still remains under attack. And after the Supreme Court's Shelby County versus Holder decision, nearly 100 new laws surfaced, closing polling places, cutting early voting, banning drop boxes, changing ID rules. And who's paying the price? Our democracy. That's not a policy, Mr. Speaker, it's persecution. These restrictions aren't about protecting democracy. It is simply a modern poll tax in disguise, aimed to confuse, designed to suppress and discourage voters. Because when we vote, when we fight, we win at the ballot box. I know this firsthand, and I know the importance of acting for our democracy. You see, I marched with Congressman John Lewis in Washington, in Selma, and in my hometown, Dayton, Ohio, to the Board of Elections to stand up and to stand against voter suppression with a new generation of warriors in that fight. That's why we must pass the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and Freedom to Vote Act to end these discriminatory practices and make it easier, Mr. Speaker, for everyone to vote. Because our democracy is not a state, it's an act. And I yield back.
Mr. Chair, it is now my pleasure to yield to the Speaker Emerita, who worked with Congressman Lewis very closely for many years, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman from Virginia for calling us together on this anniversary week of losing John Lewis. Any of us who served with him in this body, and I have served with him for 30 years, my brother, he challenged us each day to do our very best for the American people by his words, by his example. And as a distinguished former chair of the Black Caucus, Congresswoman Beatty said, we marched with him in Atlanta, we marched with him in Selma again and again, we marched in Washington. We followed his lead wherever he took us to make this statement. As a distinguished chair of the caucus, Congresswoman Clark mentioned earlier about the voter suppression and how John was here to fight it. I'll go into that in a moment. But first, I want to quote John Lewis. In my life, I have done all I can to demonstrate the way of peace, the way of love and nonviolence is the more excellent way. Love, peace, love, and nonviolence. Now it is your turn, he said, to let freedom ring. Mr. Speaker, John Lewis's lasting legacy represents both the progress of our nation and the promise of what our nation can become. He believed in a better tomorrow, in a more perfect union, in one country, one destiny. He believed it in all of us. He had a deep faith in the goodness of people, and he believed that everyone was worthy of respect. Again, I was honored to serve with him for more than 30 years and learned from him all that time, and saw in this Congress how he taught us through words and actions the true moral leadership, what true moral leadership looks like. From time to time, when he rose to speak, he reminded us of our duty to the American people, to lift up our voices and to guide them to a future where freedom and justice are not ideals, just ideals, but guarantees. As distinguished chair of the caucus mentioned, and also former chair, Mr. Stephen Horsford mentioned, as well as Congresswoman Beatty, he was there because the right to vote was so central to our freedom. He wrote the first 300 pages of the For the People Act, which was to end voter suppression. We all know of his leadership as being the title of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that is still not there. Today, as we witness attacks on civil rights, on democracy, on diversity, and even on people's basic necessities, many Americans are looking for hope. In these moments, let us be reminded of John's spirit and honor him, not just with words, but with deeds. It is on us to rise to the moment, to get in good trouble for the children. Let freedom ring. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is now my pleasure to yield to one of John Lewis's delegation mates, Representative Hank Johnson of Georgia.
I thank the chair lady for yielding the time, and I thank the Congressional Black Caucus under the leadership of Yvette Clarke for hosting this special order hour to honor John Lewis, who was a one-of-a-kind public servant. He served humanity as a youth and as an adult, and he served we the people before and during his many years in elected office on the local and federal levels of government. I had the honor and pleasure of serving closely with John Lewis during 14 of my 19 years here in Congress. And during those years, I learned so much from John Lewis. We all did. And I continue to learn from the writings he left for posterity. The lessons Congressman Lewis imparts in his book, Walking with the Wind, a memoir of the movement, today inspires us and provides us with direction on the way forward during these unprecedented and deeply disturbing times in which we are living. John tells the story about 15 children outside playing in his Aunt Savina's dirt yard. The sky began clouding over, the wind started picking up, lightning flashed, and suddenly the 15 children felt terrorized. John's Aunt Saniva, was the only adult around, and as the sky blackened and the wind grew stronger, she herded those 15 children inside her small clapboard house. With 16 people squeezed into that house, it was surprisingly quiet as the wind howled, and the house, built on cinder blocks, began to shake. They were scared. Even Aunt Saniva was scared. And then it got worse. Now the house was beginning to sway. The wood plank flooring beneath us began to bend, and then a corner of the room started lifting up. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. None of us could. This storm was actually pulling the house toward the sky with us inside. That was when Aunt Saniva told us to clasp hands. Line up and hold hands, she said, and we did as we were told. Then she had us walk as a group toward the corner of the room that was rising. From the kitchen to the front of the house we walked, the wind screaming inside, sheets of rain beating on the tin roof. Then we walked back in the other direction as another end of the house began to lift. And so it went, back and forth, 15 children walking with the wind, holding that trembling house down with the weight of our small bodies. The 15 children, Mr. Speaker, in that small house with a fierce storm upon it is the America that we see today. Those 15 children represent Black, white, Latino, Asian people. Among them are our LGBTQ brothers and sisters. They are Democrats, Republicans, and independents. We are diverse. We are all equal. And we find ourselves included in the same house, America. And that house, or our country, is under assault. More than half a century has passed since that day that John just spoke about, and it has struck me, he says, more than once over those many years that our society is not unlike the children in that house, rocked again and again by winds of one storm or another, the walls around us seeming at times as if they might fly apart. But, Mr. Speaker, the storm always passes, and the sun always comes out. As Aunt Saniva said, clasp hands, walk to the corner of the house that is moving, then move to the next corner and the next, and don't stop until the storm blows over. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Terry Sewell, who has made sure that members of Congress follow the footsteps that John Lewis took, where he bled for our right not only to vote, but be here in this chamber. I yield to the gentlewoman from Alabama.
Mr. Speaker, never give up, never give in. Keep the faith and keep your eyes on the prize. Those were the words of John Lewis as he crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge for the last time before his passing in 2020. If I close my eyes, I can hear him say it. Never give up, never give in. Keep the faith. His body was frail and stricken with cancer, but his mind was sharp, and his charge to us was clear. No matter what challenges we face, we can never give up. In these troubling times, I think of those words often. John would have a lot to say about what's going on these days. The attacks on our democracy, the erasing of our history, the efforts to make harder for people to vote. Old battles have indeed become new again. But if there is one thing that John has taught us, it's that we must press on. Just imagine where we would be if John Lewis and those foot soldiers had given up on Bloody Sunday. They were beaten, bruised, they were gassed and whipped. They had every reason to throw up their hands and surrender, but they didn't. They got back up and they tried again, and they marched on until victory was won. So as we navigate this dark chapter of our history, let us be guided by their persistence and inspired by their determination. Let us pledge that we will introduce Congress after Congress after Congress, the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, until victory is won. We can be tired. We can be frustrated. We can be downright mad, but we can never give up. From the boy from Troy to the girl from Selma, in remembrance of John Lewis, let's keep the faith and let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the representative from North Carolina, Alma Adams.
I thank the lady from Virginia for yielding. When you see something that's not right, not fair, not just, you have a moral obligation to say something, to do something. Those were John Lewis's words. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the fifth anniversary of the late, great Congressman John Lewis's passing, a firebrand, a trailblazer, a mentor, and a leader whose outsized presence can still be felt throughout the halls of Congress. Congressman Lewis taught us that we have a moral obligation to root out injustice wherever we find it, proudly, boldly, and unapologetically. And he believed that the soul of our nation hinged on everyday people dedicating themselves to the pursuit of justice. And to honor his life and legacy, we must speak out about the injustices we face today. The one big ugly bill that my Republican colleagues applauded and cheered in this very chamber earlier this month stands opposed to everything Congressman Lewis spent his life fighting for. It strips care away from the sick, threatening Medicaid for more than 500,000 North Carolinians, and it takes food off the plates of the hungry, with 1.4 million North Carolinians, including 600,000 children, now at risk of losing their food assistance. It denies our children the right to a quality education, targeting our public schools and making it even harder for average Americans to afford higher education. Make no mistake, this bill places the American dream further out of reach for nearly everyone who calls our country home and breaks the American promise. The one big ugly bill is a betrayal of our country, and it's up to every single person in the United States, the ordinary people with extraordinary vision, to join us in standing against it. And we must fight back the way John Lewis did, using our voice, our actions, and our communities to right wrongs and to protect those who are suffering from the injustices they face. This is the moral obligation that Congressman Lewis talked to us about, and now is the time to speak up, to act up, and yes, cut up if we have to, but let's go make some good trouble. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. I thank the lady for yielding.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it is now my pleasure to yield to the representative from North Carolina, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman. Sorry, New Jersey. New Jersey.
I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding me some time. Wherever community is interrupted by evil or hatred, by greed, by the lust for power, it is the moral responsibility of people of goodwill to respond. John Lewis wrote those words over 27 years ago. He was echoing calls for resistance to oppression passed down from our founding fathers, but it could very well have been said about today. John was calling on all of us to fight for our communities. It was a call for solidarity. It was a call to reject the corporate influence that permeates our politics and puts profits over people. Today, we're seeing the GOP pass bills that cut nutrition assistance to pay for corporate tax cuts, bills that cut funding to nursing homes to pay for billionaires' vacation homes, Republican senators with Ivy League degrees working to eliminate college loans for poor students trying to work their way into the middle class. It will take all of us to change this culture of greed and put people over politics. John Lewis was a hero of mine, not just because he raised up working class Americans with his soaring rhetoric, but because he walked the walk. He put his body on the line because he knew that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from New Jersey and now yield to Representative Lucy McBath, one of Congressman Lewis's delegation mates from Georgia.
Well, I want to thank my colleague, Representative McClellan from Virginia, for leading this time here on the House floor. It's pretty difficult to believe that it's actually been 5 years that have passed since the loss of our dear friend and our colleague, Congressman John Lewis. At this delicate moment in our nation's history, we draw upon the wisdom of his words and look to his legacy for strength and guidance as we carry the torch that he lit for civil rights. In his last words to the American people, John wrote, and I quote, "Ordinary people with extraordinary vision can redeem the soul of America by getting in what I call good trouble, necessary trouble. Voting and participating in the democratic process are key. Ordinary people with extraordinary vision can redeem the soul of a nation. Where else but America could one develop that sense of conviction? John Lewis knew it was true because he lived it every single day of his life. The son of sharecroppers who preached to chickens as a young boy when nobody else would listen, would go on to become known as the conscience of Congress, this body, a legislative body which once denied him his right to participate in American democracy. When John marched, Americans were moved to act with him. When he spoke, people listened. And when he participated in sit-ins, including one in this very chamber, to confront the issue of gun violence in America, he challenged each of us to join him in getting in that good and necessary trouble to raise the consciousness of the American public and lay down the heavy burdens of hate. Ordinary people with extraordinary vision. That's who John Lewis was, and it's who he calls on each of us to be, especially in this day and in this hour. We must continue to honor his legacy with unshakable determination to fight for what is right and for what is just. Because I promise you, this is exactly what the American people deserve. And I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is now my pleasure to yield to Congressman Lewis's successor, Representative Nikema Williams of Georgia's 5th.
Thank you so much. Do not get lost in a sea of despair. Be hopeful. Be optimistic. Ours is not the struggle of a day, a week, or even a month or a year. Ours is the struggle of a lifetime. When Congressman John Lewis spoke these words, he was reminding us that justice work is much longer than a moment. It's a commitment, a calling, a lifelong fight. 60 years after he put his body on the line for our freedom, our struggle continues. We're marching in our communities and fighting back in committee rooms. We do this to push back against cuts to Medicaid that will leave NICU babies without care. Cuts to SNAP that will take food out of the mouths of children and seniors. Cuts to education that will tell our students to dream smaller. We bring our full selves to the struggle in many ways, through early mornings in community centers and late nights on the House floor, by standing up at the mic and showing up in the margins, through town halls and negotiating in the halls of Congress, through sitting in, standing firm, and speaking out. Getting into good trouble was never a one-size-fits-all call to action, and we honor the legacy of Congressman Lewis when we all find all ways to get in the way. Y'all, this moment is not the last struggle that we will face, but we fight anyway, with hope, with intention, with determination to achieve the beloved community. This is the struggle of a lifetime, the struggle of our lifetime. With urgency and clarity and intention, we march on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Representative Troy Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentlewoman from Virginia for yielding. The path I've been committed to extends beyond the issue of race alone and beyond class as well, and gender and age and every other distinction that tends to separate us. These words from Congressman John Lewis. These words from the late, great Congressman John Lewis reminds us that the struggle for justice isn't confined to just one issue, one identity, or one community. It's a path that winds through race, class, gender, age, ability, sexual orientation, and faith. Because injustice does not discriminate, and neither should our fight to end it. Intersectionality teaches us that we must see the whole person, not just a voter, a worker, or a statistic, but a human being carrying layered experiences that public policy must protect. Civil rights cannot be carved up. They must be defended broadly, boldly, and universally. As a son of the South, and as a congressman from Louisiana, I know the dual truths of this region, the undeniable progress we've made, and the painful inequities that still persist. In the very soil where freedom once faltered, we've seen hope rise. But let's not mistake signs of change for signs of completion. Our work is far from done. From voting rights to reproductive justice, from health equity to environmental justice, from economic fairness to criminal justice reform, the fight continues. And it must be rooted in policies that recognize the full complexity of who people are. This isn't about left or right. It's about right and wrong. It's about ensuring that whether you're black, white, rich, poor, young, old, gay, straight, rural, or urban, your dignity is protected, your rights are upheld, and your government sees you. So let's walk the path that John Lewis laid for us with moral clarity, radical inclusion, and relentless love. Not just for some, but for all. That's how we protect democracy. That's how we make good trouble. That's how we build a more perfect union. I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the representative from Maryland, Glenn Ivey.
I thank my colleague for yielding and for organizing this special hour honoring the life of the late colleague of ours, Congressman John Lewis. Congressman Lewis once said, ordinary people with extraordinary vision can redeem the soul of America by getting in what I call good trouble, necessary trouble. We need to get into good trouble now more than ever. It certainly feels like today we're in the struggle for the soul of America, a soul that desperately needs healing. In the fight to heal the soul of America in 1965, Congressman Lewis got into good trouble. The good trouble he found himself in Selma nearly cost him his life. But from that good trouble came great progress. The Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, Medicaid, Medicare, the Fair Housing Act. Monumental achievements made possible through many years of nonviolent struggle by ordinary people with an extraordinary vision. Sadly, 60 years later, it feels like we're going backwards. Last time we were on this floor, House Republicans passed a bill to rip away health care from millions of Americans, to take food assistance away from families in need. For House Republicans and President Trump, making it harder for kids to eat so that some billionaires can pay less in taxes may count as progress. But America is better than that. To move in the right direction again, we must fight back for what we believe in, to protect the vulnerable, to assist those in need, to fight against discrimination. John Lewis serves as an inspiration for all of us during these unprecedented and difficult times for so many of our constituents. We must stay engaged, stay focused, and stay committed to the American ideals we cherish, the ideals Congressman John Lewis fought for both in this House and in Selma. To heal the soul of America again, we need to remain inspired by John Lewis and to get into good trouble again. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Representative Sidney Kamlager-Duff.
Thank you to the gentlewoman from Virginia for yielding. The Congressional Black Caucus is often referred to as the conscience of the Congress, and Congressman John Lewis was our North Star. I never had the privilege of serving alongside Congressman Lewis, who's also my fraternity brother, but 5 years after his passing, his faith, his words, his story, his work inform my work. I often recall his words, "It's not about who wins. It's not even about who is right. It is about what is right." That never changes. Regardless of if our districts are cobalt blue or ruby red, every single member of Congress took an oath to do right by our constituents and to fight for policies that not only help them get by, but help them get ahead. However, Mr. Speaker, my Republican colleagues have just enacted the largest transfer of wealth from the working class to the top 1% in our nation's history, cutting essential programs and leaving many Americans poorer, sicker, and hungrier. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, they continue to turn a blind eye to our neighbors, friends, and family members who are being torn from our communities by this administration's militarized ICE. No matter who is in power, we should all agree that it is unacceptable for infants to go without formula, for toddlers to attend school on empty bellies, and for children to be handcuffed and separated from their parents. It is wrong for children battling cancer to lose access to health care or to be deported to countries they have never known. Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle cannot put politics aside to advocate for children, then who are they truly standing up for? I'll let you all figure that one out. America is at a crossroads. Where we go from here as a nation depends on those courageous enough to stand for the most vulnerable among us rather than selling us out to the highest bidder. Mr. Speaker, as congressional Republicans stare down both paths, I urge them to remember the words of John Lewis, one of the greatest to have ever served. It is not about who wins. It is not even about who is right. It is about what is right. That never changes. May they find even a fraction of the courage that Congressman Lewis had and do right by their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now another one of Representative Bishop. Another one of, okay. I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Gabe Amo.
Mr. Speaker, as Congressman John Lewis said, we live together in the same house. If one section of our house begins to rot, the entire structure is in danger of collapsing. This week marks 5 years since his passing, but his words are more important than ever. Congressman Lewis understood that the fate of all Americans was intertwined and that laws that hurt one hurt us all. Take the tragic action on Medicaid, for example. Just 2 weeks ago, Republicans in this very chamber passed Donald Trump's big ugly bill, which included the largest cuts to Medicaid in the program's history. Republicans slashed nearly $1 trillion from the program, leaving roughly 17 million Medicaid and Affordable Care Act recipients without health insurance. Every American, no matter where they get their health coverage, will be hurt by this law. Just like a leak in the roof of a house can cause rot that could collapse the entire structure, these cuts could bring down the entirety of our health care system. Republican cuts to Medicaid erode vital funding for hospitals in low-income and rural communities, will shutter 1 in 4 nursing homes, and cripple Americans' access to behavioral health care. It will make emergency wait room times longer, close local doctors' offices, and mean that black students, some of the least resourced, won't be able to get government-backed student loans to fund their full medical education. If Congressman Lewis were here with us in this chamber, he would be at the vanguard decrying this immoral, sinful, cruel bill. He was a key player in moving our nation closer to securing the right of health care for all, eliminating disparities in health equity, and improving access to care in his role to draft the Affordable Care Act. We must stand up as our colleagues on the other side of the aisle strip away Americans' Medicaid and hurt that legacy of the Affordable Care Act. We must, as Congressman Lewis would remind us, do the right thing, cause good trouble, and ensure that no one destroys the progress that we have made. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And now I yield to one of Congressman Lewis's delegation mates from Georgia, Representative Sanford Bishop.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I'm honored to speak today in tribute to the life and legacy of an iconic American patriot, John Robert Lewis, our friend and colleague, who transitioned from labor to reward 5 years ago this week. John was and still is the conscience of this Congress. In his posthumous published op-ed, Together You Can Redeem the Soul of Our Nation, John Lewis wrote, "I just had to see and feel it for myself that after many years of silent witness, the truth is still marching on." Those words speak to us today, as truth is no longer valued in our public dialogue. Lies are rampant from our public spaces in support of denying basic rights of voting, health, nutrition, opportunity, and humanity. In official attempts to rewrite and whitewash our history, lies to deny diversity, equity, and inclusion, lies to remove African American and other cultural and racial groups from public spaces, in our history books and museums. John told us we must study and learn the lessons of history because humanity has been involved in this soul-wrenching existential struggle for a very long time. John wrote, "The truth does not change. That is why the answers worked out long ago can help you find solutions to the challenges of our time. Truth does not change," he said. "We must continue to use the truth of history to move us forward. Yes, the truth is still marching on." Lowell said, "Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future, and behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadow, keeping watch above his own." John gave his life for the truth that all men and women are entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is our duty to keep up his fight, to get into good trouble, to make that happen. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Representative LaMonica McIver.
Thank you so much to the gentlewoman from Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I rise as a new voice, as a new face, as a new generation, but still living by the words, when you see something that is not right, you must say something. You must do something. Democracy is not a state, it is an act. These words, those words, the words of the late John Lewis are as relevant now as they've ever been. They ring true in a time when our democracy is threatened, in a time when politicians attempt to choose their voters instead of letting their voters choose them, in an effort to suppress the voices of the American people, and when the powerful reject accountability and oversight and come after those who stand up against cruelty. Rep. John Lewis believed that our democracy is precious and sacred. He believed that showing up and taking action has the power to create a more perfect union. He was right. His passion for peace, justice, and the true belief in America inspired generations. And today, we stand on his shoulders as we continue to fight to protect our democracy on so many fronts, and as we defend that sacred right at the heart of it, our voice, our vote. I am proud to stand beside my colleagues in this work in the battle for the soul of our democracy. I will continue, yes, Mr. Speaker, I will continue to allow the spirit of John Lewis to encourage me to act and to get into some good trouble and necessary trouble to redeem the soul of America. With that, I yield back.
I now yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Representative Shamari Figures.
Thank you. In his final op-ed, Congressman Lewis said, "You must study and learn the lessons of history because humanity has been involved in this soul-wrenching existential struggle for a very long time." Now, some may take those as just wise words from a civil rights icon. But for me, I take those words, I take that statement as a personal charge because I now have the privilege, I have the blessing of representing not only the birthplace of the civil rights movement in Montgomery, Alabama, but also the birthplace of John Lewis, the man who often referred to himself as the boy from Troy, which is a small town in Pike County, Alabama, which is now in District 2. A district, I might add, that exists in its current format today because of the Voting Rights Act, the same very Voting Rights Act that John Lewis risked his life to see enacted. But those words in that final op-ed, to me, they are a charge to not forget where we have come from or what we have been through as a nation, but also a charge to be vigilant and to commit to ensuring that we never go back to certain days in this country's past. But that charge is becoming increasingly more important by the day. It seems that every day there's another effort to set us back to times we thought we were beyond as a nation. From watching the current administration walk back school desegregation, consent decrees, to the closing of civil rights offices across the federal government, to straight-on attacks to efforts to ensure that the playing field is balanced for everybody, regardless of what you look like. You know, it seems to me that we are forgetting where we came from as a nation, forgetting the times where people who look like me did not have the opportunity or the privilege to live in the same America as people who don't look like me. And these are not just efforts by this current administration to overtly roll back equal protections and access, but even in this very body, where just recently we passed legislation that imposes student loan borrowing caps on Americans who want to be doctors or lawyers. And those caps are less than the average cost of those degrees. Now, to some people, they may say, well, that's just race neutral. Well, those lessons of history that John Lewis was speaking of, they teach us a different lesson. They teach us that in practice, what that means is fewer black people will be able to become lawyers. Fewer black people will be able to become doctors. That means fewer opportunities. That means fewer black parents can tell their kids that they can literally be anything they want to when they grow up. They must now caveat that by saying, if we can afford it, you can be a doctor. If our credit is good enough, you may be able to be a lawyer. But that same history that clarifies what those recent actions mean, that same history tells us that no matter how dark the days may be now, no matter how dark the motives or the efforts are, no matter how dark the outcomes may be, that those spaces can never be as dark as they once were, because the light of progress made hangs forever in those spaces. The light of John Lewis hangs forever in those spaces. And so this is not a moment of complacency. We cannot afford to be complacent in this moment. We must aggressively continue the fight, as my colleagues have so eloquently laid out here tonight. We must continue the fight for justice, learning from our past and building upon the legacy of John Lewis and others, which demands that in moments like this, we stand firm, we keep the faith, and we continue the struggle. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield to the representative from California's 12th District, Latifah Simon.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor of the late Congressman John Robert Lewis on the 5th anniversary of his passing. Congressman Lewis said in a beautiful quote, "Children holding hands, walking with the wind. This is America to me. The endless struggle to respond with decency, with dignity, and the sense of brotherhood." We are so thankful for the legacy, the long-living, forever legacy of Congressman Lewis. Before he took the oath here in this room, many of us studied his legacy as a young activist and organizer. Depth with peace and clarity. He held hands with others and walked across the bridge in Selma to meet what we know then was a violent mob who themselves swore to decency. They beat those young people that day, young people who rose up and decided that they too belonged to a democracy that they were born into, but never saw it. Their mothers never saw it. Their fathers never saw it. These young people took the mantle of peace and shone a mirror of hatred, a mirror of segregation, of degradation. And they walked away harmed, but with more clarity. Mr. Lewis was one of the leaders that day. Those who've studied the theology of freedom that is so deeply embedded in all of our faith traditions know that the actions of Mr. Lewis on that bridge, on the streets, on this floor will forever live. And I want to go back before I end to that quote, "Children holding hands, walking with the wind." Those children, America's children, need us now more than ever. Children will go back to school in 6 weeks, and because of what has been done on this Hill, this week they will not have school lunches. We will diminish the Department of Education. The Office of Civil Rights within the Department of Education was responsible for making sure that those children, disabled children, children who had been pushed to the side, had national standards so that they too could be centered in the classroom with dignity and support. We are tearing those wins apart. As children go hungry, as they are pushed to the side in their classrooms, as we continue to pay teachers less than what they are worth, I ask folks to do what we've learned from our dear mentor, John Lewis. Shine the light with peace and dignity upon those who put forth evil, who strike down the widow, who take food from the poor, who take the word of our God out of context, who feed the wealthy while starving the homeless. Mr. Lewis, we will forever walk in your path for justice, for liberty, and for the sake of our children who need and deserve the winds at their back. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire as to the time remaining?
About 3.5 minutes.
About how many?
3.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, one of my biggest regrets is that I did not get to serve with Congressman Lewis, but I did get to meet him. He came to Richmond about a year and a half before he passed for the renaming of Arthur Ashe Boulevard. I had the opportunity to sit with him at lunch and ride with him to an exhibit at the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts in a former Confederate chapel on land that was once a Confederate veteran's home. Walking into that chapel, knowing the history that occurred there, and watching John Lewis sit and listen for the first time to the speech he gave during the Clinton impeachment, and he had tears streaming down his eyes. And the quote that sticks with me is when he asked in his booming voice, "Is this good for America? If it's good for the American people, if it's good for the institution." And that, Mr. Speaker, is the question I ask myself every day in this office. John Lewis understood, just as Dr. King did, he wasn't going to reach the promised land of that more perfect union, but he fought for it. And in his final words to us, he said, "Though I may not be there with you, I urge you to answer the highest calling of your heart and stand up for what you truly believe. If in my life I have done all that I can demonstrate that the way of peace, the way of love and nonviolence is the more excellent way, now it is your turn to let freedom ring. When historians pick up their pens and write the story of the 21st century, let them say that it was your generation who laid down the heavy burdens of hate at last, and that peace finally triumphed over violence, aggression, and war. And so I say to you, walk with the wind, brothers and sisters, and let the spirit of peace and the power of everlasting love be your guide." John Lewis handed us the baton. Are we going to pick it up? Are we going to carry on his work? The Congressional Black Caucus will make sure we do. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Does the gentlelady have a motion?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn the House at this time.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.